real glint in his hungry eyes. Little king of the parking lot, dragging home another prize. Tactical tail, twitching fast. He's got clips on every branch. If it flips, if it locks, if it lasts, he's the rodent of the EDC clan. He's the EDC Squirrel, stashing the bark, blade in the daylight.
Here. I think I'm grabbing something anyway.
Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts.
Ow, foot.
In the tree line cuts. He'll drop from a power line, show you what's right.
God, that hurt.
His hip, thumb stud flipper, front flick spine. He lives for that perfect click, spreading word to the backyard crew. Check this edge, feel that grind. Every acorn, every review, card with a steel tooth mine. He's the EDC Squirrel, stashing the bark, blade in the daylight, blade in the dark. From the curb to the cul-de-sac rut, sharpen your wits end. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Tiny terror in the tree line cuts. Climb high, tree line thrown in the storm. Cold bite, metal heart staying warm. If you mess with a scribe or his heart, you'll hear one battle cry roar. From the brush, protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. He's the EDC Squirrel, stashing the bark, blade in the daylight, blade in the dark. From the mail call crate to the gutter front rut, sharpen your wits end. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. A little legend with the pocket cut guts.
I don't know what I did there. Hey, it's the EDC Squirrel. How's everybody doing? Hey, Dad Stan. Glad you could make it. Yeah, you're the first one today. It's been a weird few weeks. And I'm still. I wanted to keep doing the live, and because I haven't been able to put out videos. It's been kind of screwy with medical stuff. Not me just necessarily, but medical stuff all over the place. So I haven't been able to work on things like I had intended to for like nearly this whole entire month, but I think things are finally starting to what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of even out. Because first my girlfriend's having issues, and then I had the worst flare-up, like gout flare-up. This is going now 3 weeks, and I still can't bend my toe. And it's just been horrendous. But things, procedures done, things done. So all that out of the way. Finally, hopefully I can finally relax a little bit and maybe get to work on videos again. That'd be freaking great. When it rains, it pours. It happens. It happens. The only reason really why I explain myself in that regard is because I know people have asked me, like, well, I haven't seen a new video. Are you still doing stuff for the channel and things like that? And yeah, my intention is to keep the channel running. I just haven't been able to work on it like I've wanted to. Let me see if I can adjust that a little bit. I just haven't had a chance to work on it like I wanted to because of everything just sort of like pouring all over the place. That and I had other things that I was having to fork money over for. So haven't been able to get as many things as I'd like, which is why the purchasing has also slowed down. You know, I like to eat. I like to have a roof over my head. So I have certain priorities I need to take care of before I go willy nilly on knives like I generally would normally do. Like coffee. I like having coffee, for example. But like I said, things are starting to chill out a little bit. So, I mean, I've got videos I haven't been able to, like, I've shot and I haven't been able to do anything with, like edit or anything, because it's either like I'm either too busy, or especially when the gout was going on, I wasn't doing a damn thing aside from lying in bed and hoping a mouse didn't go and fart in the other room because it hurt like hell. So yeah, I managed to do a lot of my video game stuff, but a lot of that stuff I do on the fly. I don't have to prep anything. I don't have to sit at my desk and, you know, in the morning and edit and stuff like that. I play a game. It takes me out of my head for a little bit, and then I'm good, and then I go back. Gout sucks. If you ever get gout, return it. Make sure you get a receipt, and you return it. I wish you could do that. I really wish you could do that. That's if you're one. This is turning into medical talk. But if you're not sure what gout is essentially is my body does not process, or is not eliminating something called uric acid either quick enough or, you know, effectively enough. And what happens is it builds in my system. And what happens is when too much of it builds in your system, it starts to form these little crystals. And these crystals like to form and collect in your joints. And more often than not, now it can form and collect in pretty much any joint, but more often than not, it tends to collect and form at your, like, the joints of your toes, like your big toe. Okay, like the ball of your foot, the big toe there. So imagine having that joint, and inside that joint, you have a bunch of little crystals, little sharp crystals, coating the inside of that joint. So if you moved even a little bit, it's like rubbing sandpaper together, like two sheets of sandpaper together. Imagine how that's got to feel inside of a joint. Now, like literally, the first time I experienced it, I didn't know what it was. I didn't realize it was gout. The first time I experienced it, I ended up going to the hospital because the pain was so great. And when I spoke to the doctor for the first time, the doctor got me in, was seeing me. I said, and I'm flipping out, and I'm just like, remove the foot. I do not need my foot. Take it off. And I was deadpan serious. I'm like, take my foot off now. I need it gone. It needs to go away. He went and did tests, of course. He came back, and I was still adamant they removed the foot, and he chuckled a little bit. And he's like, you have gout. And I'm like, that's nice. Great. Awesome. Take it off. But yeah, the flare-ups can vary. Sometimes they're just achy, like arthritis, and it is a form of arthritis. And like this last month, so I like to joke, a fart or a mouse could have farted in the next apartment building over, and it would make me scream in pain. Like putting a light cloth, like a tissue falling on your toe, would set your head spinning. That's how bad any slight touch. And then your foot would also swell up a bit because it's acting asshattish. So you're leaving it on ice. You're trying to manage the pain with pain medications, things like that. This happened to be the worst flare up I think I've had since the very first time I had a flare up, and this is the longest it's gone, which is why it's been really hard to do anything. Like it's better now. Like it doesn't just like literally at its worst, the simple feeling of blood rushing through your veins makes you want to shoot your foot. But I can slightly wiggle my toe a little bit. Just I nowhere near have the same range of motion right now. If I were to bump it, probably punch something. And I can't put my full weight on it, but I can hobble about with a cane. But it is what it is. They used to call it the rich person's diet because, or the rich person's disease. Okay, this is what they used to call it. Now I'm nowhere rich, so they can take that back. But they used to call it the rich person's disease because it's caused by a lot of times it's caused by your diet, and way back when rich people tended to have a very rich diet, a very affluent and heavy on sweets and fats and meats and all that other stuff that I like to frickin' eat. And so people that ate a very, very rich diet in that regard had a greater chance of having gout, which is why they called it a rich person's disease. Now, if having it entitled me to be rich, I would like to know who to talk to in order to acquire that status. Unfortunately, I haven't found that person yet. So I remain at the financial level that I currently am, with just one of their worst perks that you can possibly get from rich. Anyway, there's your medical explanation for the day. And at the same time, my girlfriend she had heart issues, and she actually had to go in for a AFib ablation procedure, which is kind of like a single-day surgical procedure. They have to go through your femoral artery in the leg, and they go all the way to your heart, and they perform an ablation, which is essentially, in the most basic terms, they essentially like burn a nerve or a portion, a bit something in your heart in order to regulate its heartbeat. So she had to go through that at the same time as I was going through this. So yeah, this month had been kind of like screwed, to say the least. But like I said, she's doing fine. My foot's feeling better. I'm hoping I can finally put some video. You've heard, okay, yeah, you have AFib premium. Yeah, she went through the procedure. Everything's been fine. The greatest part was, where they go through the femoral artery, and I had to monitor and check things to make sure it was okay. Like the bandages were okay and everything like that. I got to check out her coochie every once in a while. And I had a medical reason for that. So yay. But no, in all seriousness, we just removed the bandage yesterday, and I had to clean that. Everything looked fine. So she's feeling, at least in that regard, she's feeling hopefully better. It doesn't do anything for her chronic pain, but at least the AFib's not a worry. This completely derailed. So yeah, it is Saturday. It is my general Saturday knife talk. And like usual, since I haven't had much time to plan for anything, I did get one new knife today, and that was from Rosecraft. And I actually have some more knives coming up next week, and I might be burning another knife next week. So if you want to see me customize another knife, tune in next week. It's Saturday. It just didn't come in time for this live, but I am supposed to receive it next week. So we will possibly be burning a new knife, another case knife, because case knives seem to be the ones that react best to burning. I've burnt a few other knives from other manufacturers, and it with varying results. Like, for example, I will never burn a Browning traditional knife ever again, because I'm pretty sure I got pretty loopy from the fumes of that thing. And I know it was bone, but there was something else on there that was making me feel not right in the head. So no more Browning knives. Case knives seem to be doing the best when it comes to burning stuff. Not to mention the fact that they smell good when I burn them. So I don't think I'm going to burn any Rosecrafts. I think they look absolutely beautiful as they are. But to give you an idea what's going on today, essentially, we'll go over the new knife that I got. I still wanted to go through some of my collection, and also somebody had a question at some point. I don't know if they're going to make it in here or not, but I know they sometimes watch my VODs after the fact, and he was curious about traditional knives that I have that aren't. How do I put this? They aren't like your standard. I don't know if I call it a standard, but they're not like your typical US traditional knife. Traditional knives from like other countries and things like that. Does burning bone smell bad? I know antlers stink when you grind on them. I've never burnt an antler, so I can't speak about antlers. Bones, it depends on the bone. There's a reason why I like burning case. Is it almost smells like, how do I put this? I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. It almost smells like when you're cooking with bone. Now, the only problem with that is a lot of times when you're cooking something that has bones in it, there's other things that you're cooking with it, like you're barbecuing, so you're smelling a lot of those, like spices, meat, and things like that as well. So, but it does remind me of like when I'm cooking out, when I'm barbecuing, like say ribs or something like that, or steaks, that's bone-in steaks and stuff. It kind of reminds me of that. It's just missing a lot of the spices or sauces or the meat. So that's what it smells like to me. To me, it smells pretty darn good. I always joke that I like collecting knives that have bone in them, because that way, if I ever run out of food, I can at least boil the knife and have a bone stock. I don't think that would ever work, but that's why I like that's one of the things with case knives is, like I said, they don't stink. When I was burning the Browning, for example, I don't know if I have the Browning out here. Do I have the Browning out here? I think I have the Browning out here somewhere. I just got to figure out where I put it. But I had burnt a Browning knife red bone because I was essentially testing what it would be like to burn a red bone. I kind of wanted to see how it might come out. And I wasn't sure. Oh, shoot. I don't think I have it. Or at least not out here. I might have put it away somewhere and completely forgot where I put it. I mean, it very well could be at my desk, but I don't see it up there. But the thing with the Browning is, I think it's possible they might have had some coating on it, or if not a coating, I know that their badge, which looks kind of like the Browning insignia, whatever they use to, or whatever type of epoxy they use to secure their badge onto their knife. I noticed when I started burning the knife, that epoxy would start to bubble up and burn also. So whatever they might have coated the bone knife in, if they did coat it with anything, and that epoxy combined made it smell really weird. And like I said, I have a fan going on it. It made me started making me feel a little funny. So I'll never burn one of those again. As far as I know, case knives don't have a coating on them. And I'm essentially doing what they generally would do to burn a knife. I think their process actually is a little different. I'm not sure they use an open flame for it, like I use an open flame. I'm pretty sure they're using some type of heat element in order to do the burning on their knives. But I haven't noticed any weird coating on the case knives. They don't smell off when I burn them, unless maybe I do a horrendous job of burning it. Maybe it might smell funny at that point. But no, I haven't. If it's a case knife, I'm fine with it. Other knives, I'll test. I've burnt Browning. I've burnt a Remington knife. Remingtons seem to do fine as well. I didn't notice anything. Now, again, it could change from knife to knife. That's a possibility. So just because one Browning knife might have been really bad doesn't mean that I might be able to do another Browning knife without any issue. Same thing with the Remington. The Remington burned pretty well. but doesn't mean that I might have an issue with another Remington. It's just one of those things you kind of have to experiment and see what works best. For me, at least, case knives have been rather consistent, and I haven't had weird issues going, burning one case knife over another. Obviously, they've got to be bone. If you try to burn synthetic, you're going to be up for a very bad time. Same thing with wood. You'll probably just light the wood on fire. So yeah, just strictly bone. I haven't tried antler. Usually they already burn their antlers, or they have them dyed in a special way that just makes them look like really good to me. So I haven't had any desire to toast an antler at all. But bone, they have really interesting jigging and stuff like that. And depending on the color and depending on the jigging, I kind of have to imagine it in my head and see, try to think of how it might look in my brain. And a lot of times they turn out pretty well. Like, for example, the last one I did that I did live was this. Now, people have called me crazy because this is a new color from Case. This was their excuse me, this is their Tequila Sunrise, and this is the last knife I burnt. And you can see that my intention was to highlight the edges with a burn and then highlight the ridges by darkening the ridges a little bit with that burnt color. And it does kind of lighten up quite a bit. Like here, probably could use a little bit more burning in my opinion. But I kind of like it. It just adds a little something different, and they're all going to turn out different. Because no two case knives, even if I were to get like 5 of these Tequila Sunrise Sodbuster Juniors, they're all going to have slight differences in how the jigging's done and the dyes and all that other stuff. So they're all going to look a little different. Personally, I like it very much. I'm not sure what I wanted to call this. People have mentioned Tequila Sunset or Autumn Bone, because it's kind of like autumnish colors with the dark burns in there. But I'm leaning towards Tequila Sunset. I'm leaning towards those two, Tequila Sunset and Autumn Bone, honestly. But this is the last one I did. The next one we're going to do is I want to try to burn a green jig. One of the new ones for this year, a green gator jig bone. Problem is I've been having trouble acquiring one that I wanted to burn because I have very specific requirements depending on what I'm burning. Like the jigging has to look right for me. Also specific colors, and like I have a gator jig bone from Case, but it has a really nice jigging, but I kind of like for something that I want to burn, I would like to see more of the jigging and kind of like deeper, I guess you could say. And I did find one that looked like it might fit or do well, and it's a Barlow. But that's the one that's coming up next week. So hopefully we will be doing that one next week. In the meantime, like I said, we are going to take a look. I did get one knife just today. Hey, Terry. Or not just today, but just this week. And this is from Rosecraft. Now, I've mentioned before, Rosecraft has caught my eye. I've heard some, or in many years ago, I've heard some pretty like suspect things about Rosecraft knives. A lot of people are talking about like, the quality wasn't that great and stuff like that. So I haven't picked up any Rosecraft knives for years, although I had been kind of curious. And then recently they've been coming out with a lot of 14C28 and steel traditional knives. And from what I've heard from a lot of people, and me included, they have been absolutely amazing. Now this one just dropped at the end of last month. This is their newest one. They have 2 different colors. This one is the Rosecraft Tuckahoe. I got it because I like the name. The Rosecraft Tuckahoe, Tuckahoe Jack, in red bone. This one also comes. They call it a gray bone. It looks very dark to me. I didn't pick that one up. I wanted to get the red one. This is a smaller one from Rosecraft, but this, like I said, is their latest drop. I picked this one up from Knife Center. I do like to vary where I get these knives when I first look at a new manufacturer, because I'd like to see if the quality control is consistent across different across different retailers, not manufacturers. So I got this one from Knife Center, and let's take a look at this fella right here. Now, this is the Rosecraft, like I said, the Rosecraft Tuckahoe Jack. Do I have any measurements on this one? That looks really nice. I mean, just the color of the bone. Hold on a second. I didn't pull it up like I usually do. Tuckahoe Jack. That's never gonna not make me giggle. Trying to get specific measurements on here. Okay, here we go. Oh, they don't list measurements on their website. That doesn't help me at all. Where's my Knife Center website? I'm just gonna go to Knife Center and look there, because that's where I got it. I know they do a pretty good breakdown. Rosecraft. And the other reason why I've been snagging these is I'm not the only one that noticed how nice these knives have been, and these have been selling out really. Oh my God! This one currently on Knife Center is already sold. Is already currently unavailable. They do still have the gray bone, which is a dark gray. They do still have the dark gray bone in stock. I don't know how many they have. These run the new ones run $62.99. I believe they came out just at the butt end of last month, so like anywhere from between the 26th to 30th. I can't remember the exact date. Is when these dropped. This red one is no longer available. If you guys recall, this is the one that I ordered on my live last week because I have the willpower of a gnat, and I talked into it somehow, or I talked myself into it, and I actually placed the order during the live. So within that week span, this is gone. This is a 14C28N steel traditional styled knife. I don't know what to call this. I think it's kind of like a cigar shape profile or pattern. We'll see. They call it a like I said, a Tuckahoe Jack. The blade length on this one, this is one of the smaller knives that they've come out with in 14C28N. It's going to be 2.5 inches. When it's closed, it's 3.8 inches. When it's open, it's going to be 5.9 inches. It's going to be a spear point blade, satin finish steel. This is the red jig bone, which I love how they did. It looks like they kind of like dark washed it, because that black and red looks excellent. It is a slip joint. It does not lock, and this one does weigh about 2.15 ounces. Designer on this one is named Andy Armstrong, and these are made in China, just so you know. Now, like I said, they've intrigued me quite a bit, because last few Rosecraft knives in 14C28N steel have been amazing in QC. And so this is my first time taking a look at this. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Nice and smooth. No sharp edges on the bone. Let's see how that other side looks. Other side looks really nice. Again, I think they just sort of like black washed it, let some dark dye into the crevices there, and it looks really, really neat. A bit of milk showing through on the edges there, which is also really nice. Pinched bolster. And we have the blade. Let's see the blade here. Perfectly centered in the well. That is really nice. I haven't had any of these 14C28N steel blades. I haven't had a Rosecraft that wasn't very well centered in the well. So that's really nice to see. Now we have a long or French pull. Let's see how strong the spring is. Nice. Strong spring. Not the strongest. Not, because I had some some of my past Rosecrafts have been kind of ridiculously strong, so this is a little easier to open up, but it's still a nice and I'm just gonna say stout spring on that one. We do have a half stop there, which is awesome. All the Rosecrafts I've had have had a half stop, which is nice, and a very solid snap with opening. And this is the part that amazes the heck out of me. Look how nice that well is polished. That looks fantastic. That they polished every certain. No, let's see. To give you an example, I'm going to grab a random knife. Let's see here. And I'm not only gonna grab a random knife. Let's grab the higher end, I guess you could say, instance from Rough Rider. We're gonna do a little comparison here. Rough Rider and Case, because those are the two that I'm staring at. And let's see how they compare. Now, these are considerably more expensive than your tip. Well, maybe not that much more expensive. I think the cinnamon bone was still around $100. Now, keep in mind, the Tuckahoe was 63. I believe this was just around 100. I think for this is a Kieranite cinnamon bone, or cinnamon bone, a Kieranite cinnamon case mini trapper, and we're going to take a look at the well on this one. And now this one doesn't look too bad. This one looks nice and clean. So not bad. Now this has been sitting in a, what they call this, a cigar box. And I pulled this one out because, well, it pretty much was just there. And what I'm putting back on, this is a spacer for kind of like a display spacer, so it doesn't shut all the way. And hopefully not on my finger. Ugh. It did shut on my nail though. Ow. Okay, there we go. Thankfully it shut on my nail, because that one I know is pretty sharp. And that'll fit back in the cigar box. Let's take a look at this Rough Rider. Now, this one is a 30th anniversary Rough Rider, so you'd think they'd take really good care. Oh, this one happens to be a toe. Or sunfish. So I've heard elephant toes. I've heard sunfish. I can't remember what the differences are. They're pretty much, to me, they're pretty much the same. Let's take a look at the inside of this one. That one doesn't look too bad, but you can see it's not as highly polished as either the Rosecraft or the Case. I'll move a little smoother there. There we go. In fact, I don't know if I'm pretty sure I cleaned this, but probably could clean this again. Might make it look a little better. This is the 30th anniversary ones. Like, this is one of Rough Rider's higher end line, kind of like Rough Rider's Reserve. And so I do know the QC tends to be a little better on these. I'm giving them, let's just say I'm giving Case and Rough Rider a chance, because I'm using some of their prettier stuff. So not too bad, but not necessarily on the level that I've been seeing these at. These have been really nicely polished on the inside. I'm not seeing, like, a lot of times on Case knives, and especially Rough Riders, I'll see some gunk inside the well, and I'll have to clean that gunk out. And I have like a bunch of like micro brushes and stuff like that, and I'll use oils, and I will sweep along inside the well to clean all that gunk out. Case on average happened to be one of the cleaner ones, although I've also had, like, some of my dirtiest knives have come from Case. Rough Riders tend to be on average the dirtier knives of the group. In other words, I had to clean them up generally the most. I haven't had a Rough Rider that I haven't had to clean at least a little bit of gunk out. And usually that's like from machining and stuff like that. But these Rosecraft knives have all been insanely clean and well polished on the inside. From the very first 14C28N steel one that I got to this one here, which is my latest. It's just unbelievably clean and polished. It looks fantastic in there. And that speaks volumes to me, because it just tells me that there's a lot of care given in the QC of this knife. Whereas it seems like with a lot of now, with the exception, again, this is one of Rough Rider's more premium lines, their 30th anniversary stuff, or their reserve. They do a little bit better of their QC on that, but a lot of times with their standard knives, and I do love Rough Riders, don't get me wrong, but a lot of times with their standard knives, it's kind of like they just sort of churn them out, give them a quick wipe down, and then off they go, and then, they go flying off the assembly line. These might be going off an assembly line, but they're taking a lot more care on how everything's done from the looks of it. Also, there's a thing here that I noticed that on a lot of the Rosecrafts and some of my modern / traditionals that I wish I would see more of from Case. And there is a stop pin from the looks of it. If I can get the focus, there's a pin there. And that looks like a stop pin. And what that does, let's see, where's that hitting? That is going to be hitting, I believe. Let me see if there's a way I can mark this. I'm trying to figure out where that stop pin is hitting on the blade. I have some oil here, and that might be the easiest way to do this. I had some oil here. I don't know where. There it is. We're going to see where this stop pin hits, because I'm pretty sure it is a stop pin. Yeah, it's not a pin that's holding the scale together. So that's definitely got to be a stop pin. I'm going to put some oil on the stop pin, just a little dot, and then I'm going to close the blade real quick, and then open it up, and I'm going to see where that oil hits on the blade. Okay, so from the looks of it, now I kind of wish that the pin hit here. The pin seems to be hitting right in that sharpening choil, because that's where a lot of oil just happened to hit. Which is fine, I guess. You might run into some problems if you do a lot of sharpening. It's a pretty generous amount of space, though. But you might want to be careful if you start removing way too much metal on there. But I still like the fact, I'm going to remove this China sticker. Like I said, it's obviously made in China. But that stop pin does something that I wish more manufacturers like Case and Rough Rider would use, and it prevents the edge of the knife from hitting the spine. Now, when you get a lot of knives, like really, really inexpensive traditional knives, and I'm going to say like some of the cheaper no names. I've seen some really, really cheap Frost knives do this. I've seen some really cheap Imperials do this. And I've seen some really I've even seen this happen to Rough Riders, and it doesn't happen very often. I have seen it happen to one case where when you close or you snap close a traditional knife, a lot of times they don't have a stop pin. And if the spring is particularly weak, what happens is when you snap close the knife, the edge of the knife actually strikes the spring inside, and you end up with a dull spot where the edge ends up getting rolled or dented in. That pin prevents that from ever happening. Now, my only criticism on that is I wish the stop pin hit somewhere else. The best place for it to hit is if the stop pin hit right here. As it looks, it appears to be hitting here, which is not ideal, but it still prevents the edge from ever hitting the spring. Ideally, I would like it to hit like here, because then you don't have to worry about, you can sharpen this all you want. You don't have to worry about the edge going completely away. I've got oil dripping out of this, so I'm just going to apply it onto this. You don't have to worry about, you can sharpen to your heart's content until the blade looks completely destroyed, but it won't affect the way the blade closes if the stop pin were to hit here. Because it hits here, you're not going to have as much life to this knife unless you're very careful on how you sharpen this. Because if you reprofile the edge a lot, this could cause issues with when it closes. You could run into issues where the blade ends up striking the spring and then denting the edge. I don't know if that's going to be an issue on this yet. Again, I just got this knife, but that's just something to think about. As it is, it's great that it has a stop pin, so I really like that. Just gonna wipe off the excess oil on there. Something I would have done anyway. Apply oil to the pivot. So that's already, whoa. Did I just, how sharp is that edge? Holy crap. I almost sliced a finger off. Let's take a look at that edge on there. Now, it is a drop point blade or spear. Either they say spear or drop point. Spear point. Yeah, it looks pretty even. So we got a spear point blade, satin finish. We got Rosecraft on one side, and then we have, if we can get it to see it, I keep hitting my light, 14C28N steel, and looks like the part number for this particular knife. And we have a heart-shaped shield on the side there. Nice close-up of that. And it surprised me because as I was wiping down the blade, I noticed I had sliced a bit of that cloth off, and I thought I was being pretty careful with wiping down that blade, but I was surprised to see that little bit of neon green. Let's see how that is out of the box then. Let's move my oil out of the way. Let's move this out of the way. Okay. Let's see how this is out of the box. That's nice. Nice and sharp out of the box. That's what I was wondering. When I saw that just cut a little bit of that cloth as I was wiping the blade down. And that's all along that edge. Nice and smooth. Really clean edges on the paper. A little bit of debris on the blade edge itself, but not a lot. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing, off what I would expect to see on a knife this sharp. But as you saw, I was able to do some curvy or wavy cuts relatively easily with this thing. So really nice and sharp edge out of that box. I have some oil still leaking out after I applied it to that pivot. But nice and sharp. Really impressive. If that gray bone is still available, I might have to pick up the gray bone. I just really like the color of this one. And I've got to be really careful about cleaning that edge. I already sliced up a bit of this cloth. So one wrong move and there goes a bit of skin. Wouldn't be the first time. But if I just run it over. Yeah, it just catches the cloth immediately, and it just cuts. That's one hell of a sharp knife out of the box. That is nice. I've got enough of these microfiber cloths that I can cut a few and it doesn't bother me. I've got like a billion of these things. So really nice edge out of that box. Beautiful dye job on the bone. Really nice jigging. I think they call this barnboard jigging. I can't recall, or at least Case, I think, calls this barnboard jigging. Do they have a particular name for this type of jigging from Rosecraft? I don't see one. I don't see a particular name for the jig. It just says red jig bone. But absolutely beautiful knife. A little on the smaller side. If you're looking for something smaller, this is a 2.5 inch blade, which is great if you're in an area where your blade size is severely restricted. Usually 3 inches, you're perfectly fine. I know some areas, also like even where I live, there's an area that I know has a blade length restriction of 2.5 inches. So this actually fits the bill perfectly, and it's also a slip joint knife, so it's not a very aggressive looking knife. It's a very gorgeous looking knife in my opinion. So if you're in a place where, like I said, blade length is restricted heavily, this would easily keep you within the law in that regard, and you still have a very capable, very nice knife. Again, my only qualm about this is where that stop pin is hitting. Time will tell if that's going to cause an issue with sharpening. In my opinion, it could cause an issue with sharpening, but it's all dependent on how you sharpen your knife. So it could possibly be an issue. It just would remain to be seen. You do have some life in there before possibly hitting a problem area. So regardless, at least it has a stop pin, and that'll prevent it from, I guess you could say, harming itself by hitting the spring on the close. So that is really, really nice. Rosecraft has been pretty damn impressive, at least in these last few knives. Like I said, I've heard stories before regarding some of their older stuff, and I'm talking about years and years back. But it does definitely seem like if they were listening to those to the criticisms of the past, and whatever criticisms they were having, it seems like they've been listening and they've corrected it, and their QC so far has been top notch. Now there is a little thing here in the pinch. I want to see if I think that's just a little bit of dirt. That seems to be wiping away a little bit. Okay, I think we're fine there. But yeah, their QC has been really, really nice. I really can't complain. This is a really nice little knife. I'm definitely gonna have to take a look at that gray bone now. And again, these were running like $62.99 at Knife Center, at least. Prices could vary from retailer to retailer. I don't know how they normally are with their pricing. The gray bone of this version is still in stock on Knife Center. The red bone, unfortunately, is already out of stock. I don't know if and when they'll be getting more stock. But if you're looking for one of these and want to get the gray bone, I would suggest grabbing that sucker really, really soon. maybe during this live, like I have. But that was the Rosecraft. That's the only new knife I've gotten this last week. Like I said, my purchasing has been slowing down with everything that's been going on this month. But hopefully it will pick up again soon. I'm just gonna have a sip of coffee here. Or a gulp. I drink coffee really fast and quick. And then let me know what you guys, I keep forgetting to ask that question. What are you guys currently carrying in your pocket today? What's your daily carry? I know some of you have a very set daily carry. Mine I do like to rotate every now and then. And for the last couple days where I was actually out on doctor visits, my carry had been these two. Where'd it go? Actually, I showed one just a moment ago and then I put it down. There it is. Mine have been these two. This is a QSP Penguin V2. This is a liner lock in D2 steel with a sheep's foot blade. You can see there, and you got your red carbon fiber flake scales with a reversible deep carry pocket clip. I really like the QSP Penguins. I think they're fantastic utilitarian carries. I love the blade shape. Really, really fast deployment. QSP has had, in my opinion, some of the fastest to deploy knives. I mean, for whatever reason, they just feel super quick. And you get the thumb stud placement is perfect. Really fast action on the pivot. I know there's ceramic ball bearings on this one, and they're just amazingly fast knives. You got a stop pin on this that hits well below. It actually hits under here, so it's not going to interfere in any way if you were to sharpen that blade or, reprofile that blade, since the stop pin hits under here, below where the flipper would hit. So you get a good amount of longevity in there. Really nice and solid blade lockup. It is a liner lock. The liner lock is easy to disengage. I don't have to dig in. You got nice amount of space to reach in and grab that liner lock. So really easy to close and very comfortable handle. Relatively neutral handle, but really comfortable. I can even get a full-size grip in there. I forgot the length on this one. I'd like to say it's like 2.9 or 3 inches on that. QSP Penguin. Whoops. V2 D2. This one, let's see if I can get the actual measurements out on this. We're going to go to the QSP's website, and I'm not seeing, well, I see one with blue shredded carbon fiber. So, oh no, there's the red shredded one. So blade length on this is going to be, oh no, it's 3.06 inches. So just a hair over 3. D2 steel, like I said, overall length on this is 7.06 inches. Closed, it's going to be about 4 inches and weighs roughly about 3.53 ounces. So that was my daily carry for, I would say, a good portion of the week. And like I showed before, I carry a modern knife and a traditional with me all the time. And I was carrying my Tequila Sunrise Sodbuster Jr. However, I did toast this one, so I'm calling it a Tequila Sunset Sodbuster Jr. Your typical Sodbuster Jr. in a new bone for this year that I happen to toast myself. And that has been my daily carry for this week. Let me know what your daily carry was for this week or today, or whichever. Let me know in the chat. I love to hear about new stuff. This is where I learn a lot about stuff that I might have not have seen before, and I just like sharing. So let me know what your daily carry was today. And if you have any further questions on stuff like this, just ask away. And I would be happy to answer. But yeah, there we go. I've been carrying that. As far as non-knife stuff that was also being carried, of course, because this is really the only, well, it's not the only flashlight that I have, but it's my only EDC that I like to carry. Hey, Lady Scion, how you doing? This is my Olight Arc Pro Ultra flashlight that was also in my pocket. And for a writing utensil, I carry with me a lot of times my Olight Mini 2 pen, or O-Pen Mini 2. which is a bolt action pen and pencil. So no flashlight on this, but you got a combination pen, pencil, and a very small compact pen. So it is a tiny pen, but it fits easily in a shirt pocket, and it's actually one of my favorite pens to use. I have like 3 of these things. I have 2 of these black ones. I have another green one that I think is still in the box. And the pencil works great, lasts a good long time, and is replaceable. Same with the inks for the pen. You can get replacements through Olight. I think you could also possibly get replacements for that stuff on Amazon as well. So if you're interested in any of those, let me know, and I'll help you find some. But yeah, let me know what you're carrying in your pocket. I'd love to hear. Which one would be a good purchase, Lady Scion? You're gonna have to excuse me. I'm like chugging the coffee today. I woke up really late. I'll take this out here so you can see what that one was. And a case leather slip. If you're wondering what this was, where I was putting my Sodbuster Jr. in. I put my case knives in a leather slip because this way I can throw them in the pocket. I don't have to worry about them, about the knife bouncing around with anything else I have in my pocket. I don't have to worry about anything else getting into the knife that's in my pocket. I just slip it in here. That's why they call it slips. And that's how it goes in my pocket. This one just clips on to my pocket. So does this. And then this I usually toss into a shirt pocket, or this goes in another pocket, or just sits in the same pocket the traditional knife sits in. The pencil, they're really nice. I really like them. They do run for a single pencil or single pen pencil. They do run, average price is about $12. I believe I got mine for about 12. They have your pen side, and then they do come with replacement tips. I think you get like 1 or 2 extras other than what's already in the pen itself. So you got the one that's in the pen, then you usually get another couple replacement tips for the pencil. And that pencil, if you want a close up, that's how it looks like. It simply unscrews, and then you screw the new one in. And then that's it. And the way the bolt action works is that's where you have the pencil that's fully closed. And then down here, you got the pen. Like I said, it's nice and small if you don't mind smaller pens. And then that closes it right at that midpoint. And there we go. The Olight O-Pen Mini 2. But that's my pocket dump. I guess you could say my pocket dump for this week. Early in the week, I was carrying different knives. Early in the week, I was carrying again the same. I was carrying the same flashlight and pen because that doesn't change too much. But I was carrying, except now it's back in the case, so I have to go grab it. Let's slide that case down. And there you are. I was carrying my Rat 1. Really, really super budget knife. I mean, these things run about $35 to $40. Oh, before I forget, the QSP runs, I think, around $45 for the QSP. The Tequila Sunrise, I can't recall, I'd like to say around $70 for the Tequila Sunrise. And again, I burnt this one myself around like 60 to 70, around there. But earlier in the week, I was carrying my Rat 1, which is a really fantastic budget knife, around $35 if you're going to look for that. And my Kaiser Trestle, which is a Damascus, kind of like a modern traditional. This one has a Damascus steel blade on it that's acid washed. This one runs a bit more. I'd like to say this was around upwards of closer to like 80 to 100, but I can't recall the price on that one. But that was earlier, like Monday and Tuesday, what I was carrying with me. Kaiser trestle. I just can't remember how much that one ran me. Did my phone glitch? What was that? About $100 for this particular one. And they have different models with different steels. Oh wait, oh no, I'm looking at the wrong one. That's 140. Where's the one that I've got? Oh wow. They put this one on sale. I just noticed on Kaiser's website. That's interesting. So normally these are about $90. This one here. So good thing I'm looking if you guys are looking into this. This particular model, which has the acid wash rainbow Damascus, the Karudi wood and titanium scale. Normally on Kaiser's website, KaiserKnives.com, is $89.90. However, they are currently running a sale. It looks like they're still available. So this particular one, if you want to grab it now, I'm showing a price of 35% off, or $58.44, which is insane. So if you're looking for this particular model, now's the time to get it. In case anybody's wondering what the model is, this one is, let me get a number here. So this is the Trestle Rainbow Damascus Acid Wash Titanium and Karudi Wood. And its model is 3761A is an Alpha 3. So 3761A3 is that model. Currently $58.44. Normal price is like $89.90. I know I paid the normal price for this one. So if you're looking for a slip joint, a beautiful slip joint Damascus steel blade, there you go. Now's the time to get this trestle from Kaiser. The website is KaiserKnives.com. Now it is a traditional styled knife with modern materials like the titanium and the Karudi wood insert. It has a half stop, but they do something interesting with the half stop. Unlike other half stops, this one doesn't stop at 90 degrees. They have a slightly bigger angle on this one. And the reason why they did a bigger angle, let me grab another knife that has a half stop. Let's grab that Rosecraft. Normally, the half stop is at about 90 degrees. Okay. And half stops are great because it gives you a little extra safety when closing the knife. Where, like, where's my Sodbuster Jr.? Here we go. This one does not have a half stop. Okay, so it snaps open, and then when you close it, you gotta watch your fingers, and then right when about gets to here, it snaps shut. Okay. Now half stop, what that does is it has a secondary spot where the blade will rest. So when we close this one, it snaps to this half stop or midpoint. And then you have to apply pressure again to close it all the way. Kaiser, they give you a greater angle, so it stops sooner. You can see it rests at this point before then closing all the way. And their reasoning is it just adds a little bit more safety when closing the knife. So if it were to suddenly go there and you have your fingers, you got a nice spot where it stops. That's a greater angle. You can rethink your choices and then close the knife the rest of the way. Again, on sale for just under $60, which is a good deal less than what I paid for. So if you're going to jump on this particular model, do it now. Because I didn't know they were running a sale on it until I just looked. So $58.44 direct from KaiserKnives.com. And I've ordered stuff direct from them before. In fact, I got the Kaiser knife, or this particular trestle I got from them direct. So I haven't run into any problems getting direct from them. And I don't know if you're going to get that same deal outside of their website. We can find out. Let me check out. Oh God, as I spill oil all over my keyboard. Let's take a look. I'm just gonna look Knife Center. I had that open already. Trestle. Let's see if they have the same sale going on. No, they do not. Let me see. Am I looking at the right one? See if I can find another one. Nope. I am looking at the Damascus, and no, they are still going on Knife Center's website. They're going for $89.90. So, yeah, the sale appears to only be on Kaiser Knives website. Huh. I'm really tempted to get a third. I don't need one. I've got two of these. I don't need a third, but at a price like that, it gets really, really tempting. Son of a bitch. Okay, I really need not to do that because I don't need it. No, stop. Nope, not buying another one of those. Okay, I actually have 3 trestles. I have 2 of the same one, and then I've got a different type of trestle, which is like a micarta and non-Damascus steel. So I've already bought one knife live last week, and that's this one here. I actually got this while I was running my live last week because I have no willpower whatsoever. Glad I got it. I mean, it's a knife that I wanted. But yeah. As I sit and stare at my Knife Center shopping cart and stop. Ooh. There is a knife that I'm really tempted to get simply because it's not a knife. It's not a manufacturer that I've got from before. So I like exploring new knives from new manufacturers, or at least new manufacturers to me. And I'm really contemplating. I'm contemplating getting the other color of this one because this has been fantastic. They have this in black, and this one I was saying earlier runs at about $63. And then there's another knife that's from a manufacturer I've never ordered anything from before or never gotten anything from before, and I'm really tempted to pick that one up. I'm really tempted to pick up both, but I really need to say no and only pick up one. I'll save that other one for later. Okay. Anyway, I digress. So if there's any questions, again, let me know what you guys are carrying in your pocket. This is what I was carrying earlier in the week. I was carrying the QSP and my where did I do with my Sodbuster Jr.? It's not in the. Really? How do I just lose a knife like in a split second? I was just staring at you. Didn't I have enough? How did you get out of there? What did I do with you? I was staring at a knife. There it is. So this is what I was carrying about Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I mean, aside from the flashlight and the pen, was my QSP V2, my Tequila Sunrise. Earlier in the week, I was carrying my Ontario Rat 1 and the Kaiser Trestle with a kind of generic slip for the trestle. So if you have any questions on those, let me know. I'm not selling knives, but I just like sharing. If I get a good deal, if I have a good knife, I like to let you guys know what I got and where I got it in case you guys get interested. That's where I tend to get most of my questions is, where did you get that? How much? And is it still around? Fortunately, all these knives are still around. I could not, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of words today. I could not recommend the Ontario Rat enough. This thing, super inexpensive. It's not a flashy knife, but it is a hard-working knife, a really solid knife. They're really, I'm not going to say cheap, I'm going to say inexpensive. And they kind of have a cult following. They might not be as pretty and as flashy as some other stuff, like, for example, that QSP that's on the very right. But it gets the job done, and you never have to worry about, like, oh my god, something bad happened to it, because it's inexpensive. Just get another one. But they're built tough, so even, you know, it'll be hard pressed to have something bad happen to it. And this will even keep going. Like, if you can toss this sucker in the mud, in the dirt, and it'll keep performing, where even the QSP might start running into some trouble. As pretty and as great as the QSP is, I do love this knife. Don't get me wrong. But this is a really hard working knife. And the Model 1, or this is the Model, I'm sorry, this is the Model 2. The Model 1 is the big one. Did I say which model this was? This is the Model 2. So it's a, I believe it's a 3-inch or just slightly less than 3-inch blade. The Model 1 is like 3 1/4, and they have a 1.5 now. Wait, was the Model 1 3.5? Crap, I can't remember. I know the Model 1 is the bigger of the two, and then they have one like right in between that they just came out with this year. But really, really awesome knife. You have a Rock Apex titanium fix you like to keep close. Rock Apex. Does that sound familiar? Or maybe I heard you mention it before. You know what? Now I'm going to look, because I get curious about knives I've never heard of before. This is why I have no money. Rock Apex. Does Knife Center have that? I'm going to take a look. Oh, Lady Cyan, if you only knew how big my collection was. And my collection is, I know people with collections that are far surpass mine. It's not like some flex, like I've got so many. No, I do have a lot of knives, but I know people that make my collection look like rookie numbers. Let's just put it that way. Rock Apex fixed blade. Apex titanium. Here we go. What do we got? Oh, I see a lot of kitchen knives. Oh, I see a lot of other knives. Let's take a look at, not sure what the model number is. Yeah, I'd love to check it out. I get curious. Like I said, I always get curious. I like to see what other people are carrying, what people are using. A TD 18P. Oh, okay. Let's take a look at that. TD 18P. TD 18. There we go. Okay, titanium coating, fixed blade, HX Outdoors. I know that name. I'm still waiting for somebody to come through and test the blade on an HX Outdoors knife that I have. Now this one is running about $100 from what I'm looking at on the website. They're saying 440 steel. Okay. V-grind, full tang, heat treatment. I have questions about those knives, and I'm not trying to bring you down on your knife. I have another knife from Apex Tactic, or from HX Outdoors, and I have questions about that knife because the knife that I got was super cheap, and according to the materials that they state for the knife should not be that cheap. So I'm waiting for somebody to do testing on the steel of that blade, because they're claiming it's like a premium steel, but the cost that they put it up for is insanely low. So there's an independent tester that said that they might be picking that knife up. The knife that I have, not the one that you got. The knife that I have, they're thinking of buying the same one and then testing it out. They have an independent lab that they do their own testing. Essentially, they are the independent lab. And they test to verify the the hardness is what's being claimed, and by that regard, even if the steel is what they say it is, because there really isn't anybody that holds a lot of these manufacturers, and not just manufacturers like HX Outdoors, but I'm talking every manufacturer like Spyderco, Benchmade, some of the big names in pocket knives. There really isn't anybody that kind of holds them accountable. And so, you got a lot of these companies that are claiming their steels are treated in some particular way, and nobody's really testing that. There's a gentleman that started his own website that is doing his own testing, recording the results, and putting them on a website spreadsheet, website type database, so that anybody can look at these results and then they can determine for themselves, is the company being honest in what they are advertising. So if a knife manufacturer is saying, yeah, we heat treat this knife to 64 HRC, which is hardness, 64 hardness, and on the testing samples, you're seeing something like it's 58 and not 64, there's something going on. So this website is helping hold these manufacturers accountable, and also it helps them out, because they, who knows, they might be thinking that they're getting these results, but during the manufacturing process they're not, and it helps them look at their own stuff and essentially do better. So it works for both the manufacturer. It works good for the manufacturers as well as the consumers. The consumers are being informed and are better able to make decisions on what they want to get, and manufacturers are better informed of what they are sending out and can also make changes to make themselves better and put out a better product. So the ones that you almost totally trust is like K-Bar, so you check that too. Yeah. The results have been kind of eye-opening. Like Spyderco has been amazing. Okay, Spyderco has been absolutely amazing in their heat treatment of their steels. They know how to treat their steels. They know how to treat them in a way to get the most out of them, because it doesn't matter what steel a knife is made of. If it's not heat treated properly, if it's not treated optimally, you could have a blade that's either way too soft and you're sharpening all the time. It dulls super quick and things like that. Or you could have a knife that is way too brittle, where it could chip real easily. It could snap in half because it's simply too hard for that type of steel. And so you could, if you have a knife that's $200 but treated poorly, it's just an absolute fail. It could fail on you. It could be dangerous if it fails on you at the wrong time, and you're just not getting what, in my opinion, you're just not getting what you paid for it in terms of performance. And it's nice to see an independent putting those results out and holding manufacturers accountable for what's being sold. Yeah, there's a lot of differences in how they treat, and different steels have different optimal hardnesses. In other words, just because one steel might be harder than another doesn't make it better. If one steel is softer than another, I mean, it's also dependent on the type of steel and that hardness for that particular type of steel. That optimal treatment will vary. Some steels might be perfect at, say, HRC 58, where another steel might be best at HRC 63. Okay, it's still going to vary depending on what it's made out of. So just because it's harder than hell doesn't mean it's the best. And just because it might seem soft doesn't mean that it's crap. There's a lot of factors that go into it. but like I said, it's nice to see. And the knife that I have that I'm still waiting for him to test on, because I haven't done a video on it because I'm literally waiting for him to test it. Where did I put it? I have it. It's on my desk somewhere. Crap, damn it. There you are. Is HX Outdoors. I can't remember the name, but it's this one here. And they claim a titanium alloy for the scales. And like I was saying, it's a premium steel, kind of like the lower end of the premium steels, but it's still a premium steel nonetheless. S35VN. I got this thing for $40. The lowest price S35VN steel blades I've seen that are still pretty decent are from Case, and those still usually run around $80 to $90. Typically, you'll see knives like this, like modern folders with S35VN, to be around $100 to $140, $150, or roughly around there. So to see a knife like this, a modern styled knife with, now keyword, they do say titanium alloy, but titanium and S35VN steel, to see something like this for like $40 is crazy. That's like insane. So that's why I'm waiting for him to test this to see if this is even treated properly. So, now, I've been using it on occasion. I'm not noticing anything all too different. I did have to strop and hone this probably a little bit more often than any other S35VN steel knife that I've been using. So my initial thoughts on this is that it might not be treated hard enough, that it might be a little too soft. But that's my own personal, because I don't have any of those fancy testers or anything like that. All I can do is use it and see how much it wears during my normal daily use, how often I end up having to, hone or strop it to keep it sharp and stuff like that. That's the only way I really can test it, is just through my daily use. Now, it's not a horribly bad knife. I mean, it works. It does what it needs to do. I do have some qualms about it, like the secondary point. I like the way they look. I just don't like having to maintain them because they're a little bit more work, and I'm lazy. So that's just a personal thing for me. But it works fine. Very snappy, very fidgety. QC wise, they did a pretty good job on it, so I can't complain about that. But still, I have questions just because it was so friggin' cheap, and I want to know if it, what the reasoning behind that was. So there you go. Any other questions? I don't know how long today's going to be going, because today's kind of a weird day today. Again, I didn't plan a whole lot because this whole month has been utterly weird. But if you guys have any questions on my collection, on any of the knives that I've shown, feel free and ask. I have no problem. I love answering questions. I love when people ask questions, and that's how I learn. I actually learn a lot from other people asking questions. I also have been drinking a lot of coffee, and I'm running out. So I drink way too much coffee. Anyway, so yeah, if you have any questions, ask away. I was going to go through. I still haven't managed to go through my entire traditional knife collection to see if there's anything else that I wanted to burn. The other knife that I wanted to burn, like I said, was a green gator jig. Unfortunately, it's not going to be here until next week, so I won't be able to burn that until next live. But I am excited to be burning that when it comes in. Hopefully, it won't look so nice that I won't want to burn it. So I'm hoping it looks good enough to burn, but not too good that I'm going to want to find something else to burn. There's so many ways that they treat knives. Oil, there's your oil and water or water quench. There's combinations thereof. For a while, the big thing was cryo treatment, which is essentially using liquid nitrogen. And and vary. So I'm not a blacksmith, so I couldn't tell you everything and exactly how they work, but I just know that quenching and heat treatment have come a long way, and there's so many various methods to get your steels to a specific hardness more accurately than there ever was. I saw somebody treating their knives, like heat treating their knives. They would cool it down by using 2 plates of steel, like cooled plates of steel. They would sandwich, like when they were ready, they would place the knife between these 2 plates, and then they would close the plates upon the knife roughly at the same time in order to quench the blade with cold steel as opposed to water and or oil. And then they would heat treat the edge differently. The edge was usually treated in a different fashion. The plates were used to essentially treat the blade, the knife steel in its entirety. But it's really fascinating. I haven't gone through that rabbit hole only because I'm not a blacksmith. And oh, hold on. I just got a message from my brother. Oh, well, okay. That was kind of, they're going out to dinner nearby later today. just that didn't give me a whole lot of lead time on that. Okay. I'll have to send him a message in a little bit. Where was I? Something about treatment. Oh yeah. So many different ways of treatment, so many rabbit holes. I go down enough rabbit holes. I need to hold back at some point. Anyway, so yeah, let me know if there's any other questions on any other knives. Like I said, today might be a weird day. I could go the whole length. I might not go the whole length, only because I am still keeping an eye on my girlfriend, because of the, there's stuff we have to watch out for still. So I have to keep an eye on her throughout the day to make sure she's okay. So far, everything's been going really well. But usually after a procedure like that, there's still side effects that we have to keep an eye out for. Other than that, I was just going to keep going through my collection, and let me put some of these away. See if there might be something else I could burn. And where did this knife go? That knife goes there. Like, I've been tempted to do another gray bone. I've been tempted to do some of my other colored bones from Case. The only thing is I prefer to have doubles, and a lot of my Case knives I don't have doubles for, either because they're no longer available or they're just harder to get. Otherwise, I would have probably been burning some of these knives already. I've been trying to reorganize a lot of my knives as well. And I'm realizing that I don't have much space like I used to. I did find a better way to organize some of my cases, though, because I realized I can store more if I stand them on end. Other than that, that's pretty much about it. I could do another green apple. Could burn another one of those. That's tempting. But the knife that I'm getting next week that I might burn is something like this. Let me put this QSP away. The knife that I want to burn next is going to be something like this. This isn't the knife, but it's the same color and the same type of jigging. Just it's going to be a different type of knife. This is a gator jig. Now, jigging is the texturing or cut that they apply to the bone on the sides. They call this particular pattern that you see here, this texture, they call gator jig. And the reason why I want to burn a gator jig is because I got a knife from Chasing Blades that was a collaboration between them and Texan Knives, and they burnt a gator jig similar to this, and I thought it looked absolutely beautiful, that I want to try it myself. The knife in question was I gotta find it. Is this it? Let's see here. This is it. It started off as a blue bone, so it was a dark blue bone, and for shites and giggles, I believe they decided to toast it. And this was a gator jig as well. Now you can see on the edge, you can see it was a blue bone, so the entire knife used to be this blue color. And they toasted it, and it came out like this, and I thought that looked absolutely gorgeous. This toast color on the ridges, that dark toast on the ridges, and the lighter bone peeking through in the crevices there. I thought it looked really neat. And now I have a chance. They do have blue gator. Case does have blue gator jigs as well, but I really wanted to try it on the green. The green is a new color this year for them. And I didn't want to do this one because I wanted something that had a little bit more jigging. You can see that this one, you got the gator jig in the center, and then it sort of flattens out and smooths out towards the edges on this particular knife. It's a little bit more on this side, but still smooths out towards the ends. And I wanted something that had a little bit more jigging, kind of like how this has the gator jig kind of going from end to end. It goes all the way. And I was looking for something like this that Case might have had. And the closest thing that I saw was they have a Barlow pattern, which essentially is, let me see, do I have another Barlow? I don't normally collect Barlows, so I might not have one to show you. I do have a synthetic Barlow, I think. Let me see if I can find that one. Is this it? That's it. A Barlow looks kind of like this, where now this is made out of different materials. This is made by Case, but it's a Crossroads. Now a Barlow will typically have your traditional Barlow will have a nickel silver bolster on one side that's rather large. So this black portion would be like the same nickel silver, and the rest of the scale, in this case it's rich light, but this rich light portion, this brown portion, would then typically be some type of natural material like bone or antler, buffalo, what have you. They have a Barlow, so this pattern knife with this same green bone and jigging along this portion of the scale, and the jigging extends from the bolster all the way to the very end, and that's what's supposed to be coming next week. And if it looks nice and deep and it goes all the way to the end, I'm probably going to try burning and toasting that one, similar to that other knife that I showed earlier. But this is what a Barlow looks like. This just happens to be a Crossroads version from Case, so it's a little different in terms of material. But yeah, that's what's supposed to be coming in next week, except it's going to look this color with this jigging. So that's what I'm hoping to burn. Yeah. Hey, Sugal Dog, how you doing? Yeah, the toast on this looks crazy nice. And again, I want to try to do it myself, except with a green. So hopefully next week we'll get that knife in. But that just looks absolutely fantastic. Like, it got rid of all the blue, which is fine for me. My thoughts now, like, again, this is one of a kind. This is the only one they did this way. My thoughts is I probably would have tried to toast the edges to get rid of the rest of the blue personally. It doesn't bother me that it's there. I guess it's kind of nice because I can see what it originally would have been if they didn't toast it. But I just think it looks really nice. Now, I do have another one of these that's not toasted, and it has crossed my mind to toast that one. But the thing is these are limited. Like I said, this is a one-off that they decided to do, so they don't have another one that they toasted like this. But I do have a red bone version from Texan Knives that I got from them, and you can see the jigging goes across the whole way. And I was tempted to toast this one. However, again, these are limited. They have others, but they are kind of pricey at about 160 for this particular knife. So while I'm tempted, and I also kind of like how the red looks on this one. While I've been tempted, I just want to keep this one the way it is, and I want to try it on a case instead. The case is a little less expensive at about, I think the Barlow was running like around, I'd like to say about like $80. So a little like half the cost of one of these. So I'm going to try it on the case Barlow instead. So hopefully, yeah, next week. Hey, Jam Dats, how you doing? Glad you can make it. We're just talking about what I'm hoping to do next week, which is burn and toast another knife. It just didn't make it in this week. If it made it in this last week, I'd be burning it right now. And I don't want to burn this one only because I like to have a pristine version of certain knives. You know, unburned, untoasted, just the way it came in. And I do like the way this one looks. I've wanted to get another one of these to try and burn, but it's really hard to get a hold of. Like, these green jig bones are really popular. And our green gator jig ones are really popular. And since they're new this year. So they've been kind of hard to get a hold of. And also, you know, like I said, I'm a little picky when it comes to which ones I want to burn. So I'm looking for a particular, you know, how the color looks. I'm looking at how the jigging's done, and it was really hard to find one that had the combination of traits that I wanted to try and toast. And that Barlow is the closest one that I've seen so far. So I'm going to try it on that. There's another type that I would try it on, which is an axe handle. But the only problem is the axe handles are crazy hard to get a hold of because those are super popular. And as soon as they appear anywhere, they are sold. They're gone. They go bye-bye really, really fast. And also, they tend to run at an inflated price since they fly off shelves so fast. Even on auctions, they have a green gator jig axe handle, and I believe they run around like $75 normally. But on the auctions, because they're so hard to get, everybody's wanting them. I've seen them go as high as like $160. And I'm not going to overpay for something that I know once stock normalizes. I'm not going to pay $160 for something that I can possibly get for like $75-$80. So, yeah, I like the green. But I also like to toast stuff now and then just to do something different. And sometimes they come out really nice. Like that orange one that I did. I really liked how that orange one came. I burned quite a few knives. My favorites were this like light blue one that I did. The gray bones toasted really well. I thought the tequila sunrise came out pretty well. This is one that I toasted this is the last one I toasted. You can see the dark edges of where I took a torch to it. This one I kind of lightly toasted. It looks better to the naked eye, to be quite honest. It doesn't seem to come out as well on cam. But yeah, I've toasted quite a few. Where's one of my favorites? This is one of my favorites. This was a sky blue that I toasted. Normally, you don't have any of this brown in there, but I toasted the sides, the ridges on the jigging, so the ridges popped a little bit. So this is one I toasted myself. I don't know if I have the original. I know I bought two of these because I liked the blue, but I wanted to try to toast one, so I bought two of them. I know I have. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. And then we can compare the two. The hard part is finding it. There he is. There we are. Okay. So originally, this one looked like this. I've been burning rubber on the track lately too, yeah. There we go. So this is what they originally looked like. This one was sky blue all the way through. And these I don't think you can get this color anymore. So when I found somebody that had 2 of these, I just immediately nabbed both. Because I knew I'd want one to keep as is, and then I knew I wanted another to burn. And then this is after I hit it with the torch. And the reason I came up with wanting to do this is because I saw another retailer do this exact same thing to one of their knives, and I just thought it looked really cool and really nice. I decided I wanted to do one for myself, and I thought it came out pretty nice. There we go. But yeah, that's what it originally looked like. And then I've done other colors. I tried red bone, like they said. There's that red bone that I tried doing that ended up looking kind of like a slice of steak. I was trying to emulate a bacon bone that SMKW had created by burning a red bone knife, and mine doesn't look like bacon; it looks more like steak. But still happy with it. It can be a risk. You kind of just have to try to imagine what it's going to look like, and if you know, hopefully it comes out that way. Let me see. Where did I put that? There it is. Put that back in that sheath. But where did I put that? I had a gator jig. I had another gator jig that I was going to show you. I just don't know where I put that one. Green bone corncob jig. Nope, that's not it. It's an axe handle. And I'd be really tempted to do that one. Here it is. I'd be really tempted to toast this one, but the problem is they're hard to get. Yeah, this one, they're normally about like $80. And these fly off shelves. And like I said, you know, you find them in auction. I've seen them go as high as 120 to 160, which is why I don't burn this particular one that I have. And that's this one right here. This one would be a great one to burn, in my opinion, because it's got the jigging going from the bolster here all the way to the end, which is really nice. Nice and deep jigging. You got a little flat spot here, which is fine. But it goes the length of that scale. And like I said, if it weren't for the fact that these are really hard to get, I probably would have tried toasting this one already. But since I can't get a second one, or if I can get a second one, I definitely might try it. But even Chasing Blades has been having trouble getting a hold of more of these. I did get this one from Chasing Blades. Absolutely beautiful green. So until I can get my hands on another one, this one isn't going to be touched with a torch anytime soon. So there we go. I had no idea what that means. Oh, wait. So, okay, you're not. I'm wondering if. Okay. I don't know if you're mistaking Lady Cyan to be my girlfriend. I'm just guessing, because my girlfriend was played a lot of Overcooked 2. Oh, the green is hypnotizing. Now, Lady Cyan is not my girlfriend. I mean, she wants to be. We can talk, but yeah, I love the green on this. It's just I don't normally hunt green knives down and then I don't know, sometimes I just happen to see a knife and they catch my eye, and part of it admittedly is the axe handle, because I really love these axe handle knives that Case came out with, that I've been kind of snagging these knives anytime they've come around. There's still plenty of colors that I have not gotten a hold of, but I've gotten hold of quite a few. One axe handle I do carry with me quite often is, where did I put it? I have it in a pile somewhere because I was moving things around and kind of moved that somewhere. That's it. This is another axe handle. This is an amber bone peach seed jig axe handle, and I've been keeping this in a slip because I like carrying this around with me. This is probably one of the easier ones to get a hold of. I don't know why the amber bone peach seed jig is easier to get a hold of than the other ones, other than because I think it looks gorgeous. But I think a lot of people are just trying to hit, they're trying to grab the newer colors, like the green gator jig. There's a tequila sunrise in an axe handle version, and there's buffalo and other stuff. And like mahogany, for example, is another one that came out this year that people are going nuts over. And I don't know why people are like this one. I don't know. I think it looks great, but I guess people are just wanting those other colors a lot more. Where did I put the cloth? I have 20 billion cloths, and for some odd reason, I can never remember where I put any of them. Even the ones that I just freaking used. Hello? Where are you, cleaning cloths? That should be pretty much everywhere. I swear, my whole place is covered in cleaning cloths. Okay, we're just going to grab another one. Oh, I'll put it by my mouse. There we go. But I think the burnt amber looks really, really nice. But this one seems to be one of the easier ones to get. This is also one of the lesser expensive ones. I believe I've seen this run around like 65 or 75 bucks for the burnt amber bone, which is kind of surprising. But I mean, I'm not going to complain. They're easier to get if you're looking for an axe handle. Absolutely awesome knives, in my opinion. So that's why I keep that one in a slip. But if I can get my hands on another green gator jig, I might burn an axe handle. As it turns out, I can't. I haven't been able to, so I got a Barlow instead. Whatever happened to them using real bone inlays? Oh, no, these are all real bone. The green gator jig is real bone. This is just dyed green. The amber bone peach seed jig is real bone. Except they dye it and then they toast it. Predominantly, the majority of the bone knives, if it's coming from case, the bone knives, they typically take the bones from like cow shin bones. If I remember correctly, that's where the bone typically comes from when we're talking, and not just case, but a lot of manufacturers that still use bone. They tend to come from cow bone. They still use real antler for some of their other knives, or real buffalo. So yeah, they're still using real bone. There was a time where stag, they had to stop using stag because there was an embargo on a particular type of stag bone that Case would use. There was an embargo, and they had to stop using that material for making their knives. So what they did is they got cow bone, which they used for the majority of their knives, and they cut it and toasted it in a fashion that it would emulate or look like stag. And that came to be known as 6.5 bone stag. bone made to look like stag, and I'll show you one of those in a second. As far as I know, the embargo has since been lifted, and they use stag for some of their knives again. As far as I know, I could be wrong, but it's been lifted, and they tend to be a little bit more expensive for the stag bones, or for the stags, not stag bones. 6.5 bone stag. What is? Let me see if I have. I know I have a sample of 6.5 bone stag because I actually like 6.5 bone stag. Wrong case. This case. I know I have a 6.5 bone stag in here. I'm looking for a good example of 6.5 bone stag. Where are you? Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Crap, damn it. Holy crap. There we are. Excuse me. Morgan, how you doing? Lady Cyan was mistakenly thought of as being my girlfriend, so we're just going to say she is now at this point. Lady Cyan is now my girlfriend. We will just propagate that on the net. This is an example of 6.5 bone stag. This is a bone knife made to look like stag. The way they do that is how they jig or cut into the material, and then they toast it in a certain way to try to emulate the look of stag. It's also, you notice it's very unevenly cut, which a lot of collectors like. They like them nice and thick, as opposed to being like really flat and uniform. They purposely make them more natural looking. And the reason why they call it 6.5 bone stag, like I said, the bone stag is it's bone made to look like stag, but the 6.5 comes from their coding or coding. Like this is a case collector card, and I don't know, it might be hard to see, but handle materials, they're all given a certain number. If we look at one of the blades, I can remember which blade it is on this sow belly. I gotta find it. Is it there? Is it there? There it is. Okay, so every case knife is going to have a number. This one happens to say TB 6.5339. Now, TB stands for Tony Bose. He's the designer of the sow belly, which is this particular pattern. 6.5 comes from the handle material. Now, this is how you decipher their code numbers. 6 stands for jigged bone, or jigged synthetic, or jig laminate. Okay, so that's 6. And then 5 stands for genuine stag. Well, since this is jig bone meant to emulate stag, they just called it a 6.5 bone stag. And then the second number stands for how many blades this has. So this is going to be 6.53 because it has 3 blades. And then the last 2 digits is the pattern number. And a Tony Bose sow belly's pattern number is 39. So that's why the number on this is 6.5339. 6.5 bone stag, 3 blades, pattern 39 for the sow belly. And that's how you read the number on this. But that's why that's called a 6.5 bone stag. We're all learning something. Let's not rush to conclusions here. Let's look at the shiny blades and forget the... Yes, look at all the shiny blades. How you doing, Morgan? Hope you're doing well. We're all going to remember this day as how Sugo Nug changed all our lives. So that's the rabbit hole I just sunk in, because I forgot what the original question. What was the original question? Oh no, there was that question of whether they're still using bone and stuff for knives. They still use bone quite a bit. And It's one of my favorite. Obviously, it's one of my favorite materials because I like to toast some bone knives. Um, but it's not my only favorite material. One of my favorite materials is actually a synthetic, and I like woods. I like all of them for different reasons. But there's a particular synthetic that I like to get from Case, and it's called Coralon. Now, those knives, unfortunately, I can't get from Chasing Blades because I don't know what it is about Coralon. Well, actually, no, I do know what it is about Coralon. Hold on a second. Coralon is a synthetic material that's in use by only one particular person, as far as I know, and his name is Michael Prater. So if there is a Coralon knife, more than likely it was made by or made in cooperation with Michael Prater. And a Coralon knife looks like, let me see. I'm just going to grab a random one. I don't even know what kind this is. I just know it's Coralon. I'll grab two so we can see differences here. Actually, that's kind of small. Where's a bigger one? There we go. Well, I got to make sure I get these back in the right boxes. So a Coralon knife is a synthetic. Like I said, this is a trapper. This one, I believe they called it. I believe they called it a popsicle. I can't recall the exact name, but Coralon knife is sort of melted on. So my phone froze. Coralon is sort of melted on a skeletal knife frame. Okay, and because of that, unlike other, let me grab another trapper. Unlike your typical trapper, okay, now this is bone handled, and even with some synthetics, you still see these pins. These pins are used to essentially affix the scale, the bone scale, to the knife itself. These brass pins. Okay, you got three, and then you got this one also holds the spring in place. And I don't know why my camera's being weird, unless somebody's sending me messages and shit. So you have these brass pins, okay? Coralon, because it's kind of melted in place and shaped, and I don't know exactly how they do that. Michael Prater, like I said, does this. You'll notice there's no pins needed to hold the scale in place. Okay, so you don't have any of those brass pins poking off the surface. The other thing interesting about these Coralon knives is that even you can have, first of all, these are all limited to a certain extent. They can be limited to anywhere from only 250 made to maybe 3,500 made, and that's it. They're not a knife that's kept in like regular production. They make a certain amount and then they just stop. But even all of the, like, say, I can't remember the exact name. I'm just going to call it a popsicle because I think that's what they were named. I'd have to dig around. But say they made 500 of these popsicles. They might have all all similar colors, like this purple and pearl swirl and stuff like that with a little black in there. However, because of the process, none of these are going to look exactly alike. All the swirls are going to be a little bit different. Like on this side has a little bit more purple. This side has a little bit more pearl or luminescent pearl. Other knives might have look completely different, even though they have the same color. So no two knives are going to look exactly the same with Coralon, even within the same model. Some of them, this one has a more plain, this one's more plain. There's no etchings on the blade. Others will have Michael Prater's signature. They might have like the number of them made. I can't remember how many of these were made. I'd like to think, was it 500 of these were made and then no more? I could be wrong on the number on this one. I got this from White Horse Custom Knives. I think maybe no more than 500 of these were made. I could be wrong, though. I don't know the exact number on these. And with Coralon, because they're limited in the amount made, you kind of have to keep an eye out and hopefully just come across the colors you want and then snag it when you get the chance, because they do kind of disappear pretty quick because of their limited availability. Like this one was one that I was looking for the longest time, and it was sold out everywhere. This particular one I'm about to unwrap. This one's called a Fire in Box, and I think I felt I just missed my window, and I happened upon an auction, and RL Simp had one, which I jumped on immediately. This one's called a Fire in Box. You can see the colors in that. Again, no two are going to look the same in terms of the swirl. This one does have an etched blade. This is also a trapper, two-bladed trapper. You got slanted bolsters on this model. And in this particular one, this is one of 2,500 made. Premier Edition, Fire in Box, one of 2,500. And I was just lucky to get one because, like I said, these have been sold out for the longest time. When I first saw these, like this color pattern and the swirl, I was like, "Ooh, we got to get one." And then I didn't know that these were limited. You know, this is when I first started learning about Coralon, and I was like, "Ah, crap! I'm never gonna find one of these, except for maybe on the secondhand market, and probably for a stupid price." And I just lucked out, and RL Simp happened to have one in his stock. I saw it there, immediately jumped on it. I might have had to fight somebody on an auction for it a little bit, but they didn't want it as bad as I did. I can't remember how much I paid for this, about like $300-400. No, I'm kidding. Probably just around $100. I think like maybe 100-120, and I managed to snag this one. I think we got the bomb. They call it a bomb shield. Some people have called it the flattened roadkill squirrel shield also, because it kind of does look like a flat squirrel or flying squirrel. But that's a bomb shield. Two-bladed trapper. Absolutely gorgeous. It doesn't always come out on camera, but you've got quite a lot of reflectiveness, kind of like a 3D effect going on this one. You'll see a little bit of it on camera. A little bit more yellow on the other side. Oops, hit the camera. As you can see there. But really, really cool. Joe Black. Oh, you just got back from Blade Show. White Horse Custom. I can't remember where they are. But it's White Horse Custom Knives is where I got that, I think. I know I've ordered it from their website. How'd you like Blade Show, Joe? I wish I could make these Blade Shows. Believe me, I'm totally envious. totally envious. I know they're into their second day. Tomorrow's the last day of Blade Show. And if I could get my butt out to Blade Show, I'd be there in a heartbeat. I still got to take a case wrapping class. I believe I'm doing it right. I could be completely wrong. I'll pop that back in here. This is not the original box. It's the only box he had for that Fire in Box one. So even he didn't have the original box for it. Put that one back. Put that one back. Do I have another? I have a few Coralon because I like to snag them when I get a chance. If I see a color that I like. This one's another one. I don't know which one this one is. This one is, oh, I forgot what color. I forgot what this one was called. A lot of blue and yellow on this one. Also a trapper. Most of the Coralons I get tend to be trappers. I have a couple that aren't, like maybe one or two that aren't trappers. I can't remember what this color pattern was, which is going to bug the hell out of me. The reason why I have trouble recalling what the names are for some of these is because if you get them from case, they're always going to come up. Like, do these have different numbers though? No, they're the same number, 6073. So if you get them from case, they're just going to have skeleton pre-hafted trapper. Why does my phone keep freezing? Stop doing that. Stop it. I got a new phone. Now it's acting weird. You're supposed to be advanced and stuff. Stop. I have to update the plugin. Maybe that's why it's doing something stupid. Okay. Anyway, they're all going to say skeleton pre-hafted trapper on them. And then Michael Prater gets a hold of him, and then he does the scales. Like I said. So I wish I knew the name on some of these. I usually know what they are when I when I get them, and then I completely forget. What I should have done is wrote them down, but I'm an idiot. So I didn't write any of these down. I can't remember the name for that. Sometimes I'll be lucky and they'll have it on the blade itself. Not so lucky on this one. And what's the other ones? I got most of my Coralon I've gotten from RL Simp because he's able to get a hold of these. Where Chasing Blades has a little trouble because they're usually you kind of have to be a bigger seller for some of these. This one again, no specific number. This I know is a Coralon though, just because it's a pre-hafted skeleton. And this is, ooh, I wish I knew what this was called. I think this was called Men in Black. I could be wrong. A lot of black on this side with some swirls. A lot more, I guess, turquoise and pearl on the pale side. Does this have a name on there? Nope. No etching on the blade, so of course I'm not going to know what that's called. I think it's called Men in Black. I could be wrong. But they look, I think they look absolutely amazing with the different colors they have on these knives. And so I do have a certain love for these Coralons. Case knives are your typical traditional knives. They've been around for a very long time, so I guess you could say they're very practical. You brought the heat? Uh-oh. What did you bring? Case knives look very practical. I'm looking after a new fruit knife. Having two blades could be a lifesaver if your partner decides to stab you in the back. But hesitate because of multiple choices. It's really personal preference at this point. They for a while they had very specific usage, and since then it's just kind of like which pattern you just happen to enjoy. Trappers are probably the most common and most collected case knife, having been around for a long time. Trappers are two-bladed. This is a typical trapper. You have a California clip point for your main blade, and then you have what's called a spade blade for your secondary. They were very popular with farmers, farmhands, because of their versatility. Having a clip point blade like this, coming to a nice point, and then a spade blade. I'm going to give you a good few minutes to figure out why they called this a spade blade. You notice it has a much more rounded tip, a very small clip at the end, and it doesn't come to a very fine point. It's called a spade blade because of what they originally were typically used for on the farm. But again, very versatile pattern, and one of the more popular patterns. I think the second most popular pattern from Case would be called a Stockman. And a Stockman would look like, now this isn't a Case Stockman. This is a Rough Rider Stockman that I have. This is a typical Stockman. Stockmans have three blades, and you have a California clip point. You have a sheep's foot for your secondary, And then for the tertiary, you have a third blade on the other side, and that's generally a, what do they call, a coping blade. But this is probably the second most popular pattern that Case makes, again, because of its versatility, the 3 different blade shapes. This one just happens to be made by Rough Rider. Sow bellies are one of my favorites to collect also, and a sow belly is essentially a Stockman with a slightly different shape to the handle, like this here. The same 3 blades the Stockman had, except this has a larger or thicker and curved handle to it, curved scale. That's why they call it a sow belly, because it resembled the belly of a sow. I like these because unlike your typical Stockman, which is more straight and thinner handled, the curve on these sow bellies really fits nicely in the hand when you're gripping it. The curve just slides perfectly into place in your hand and feels really, really comfortable when you're using that knife. So that's one of the reasons why I like the sow bellies over the Stockmans. And it all depends on what you think, what catches your boat at this, catches your eye at this point, what floats your boat. I happen to like trappers. I like Stockmans. I like your single bladed Crossroads was your typical workman's knife, single blade. My new favorites have become Case axe handles, just because I think they're really neat looking, and also kind of like your sow belly, or not sow belly, kind of like the Sodbuster Junior that I just showed, the single blade Sodbuster Junior. They're kind of like that, except they have an added half stop to it, which makes them a little safer on the close. And the handle, the axe shaped handle, just feels really good in the hand. And you have a California clip point for the blade, as opposed to the more rounded and subtle drop point of the, more rounded belly and drop point of the Sodbuster Junior. So there's the differences right there. Otherwise, close to about the same. The axe handle is a little longer on the blade length, but you don't get the half stop on the Sodbuster Junior. And this is what's called a Sodbuster Junior. There is a regular size Sodbuster. I can show you that in a minute. They do have a regular size Sodbuster. They look like this. And they're just a bigger Sodbuster. This one happens to be a orange synthetic, really inexpensive. If I remember correctly, I think I got this for just under $50. Longer blade, otherwise same exact knife as that Sodbuster that I showed you earlier, only this one has a natural, or this one's a synthetic handle, where this was a Tequila Sunrise bone. You can see the size difference there. So you have your Sodbuster and Sodbuster Junior. Okay, hold on. Joe Black, you got a custom Hinderer, a Demco special blade, Chris Reeve. Holy crap! Zan Chavez, Dissident, McNeese, Little Dixon, and a few other. Joe Black, are you adopting? Holy cow! You weren't kidding. You bought the Blade Show. It sounds like those are. You spent those aren't cheap. Slappy, how you doing? Slappy Joe. Speaking of Coralon, did you get the caramel? No, I did not get the caramel apple Rustlock. I had a lot of things going this last month, and so money was a little tighter. So I didn't get the Rustlock. I'm not the biggest into Rustlock, so I guess I'm fine with that. I know he's supposed to be coming out. Supposedly, he's supposed to be coming out with a Sodbuster Junior. I don't know when he's coming out with that. I don't know what other patents he's coming out with. I got my Trapper, so I'm happy with that. Which is the one he's talking about is the Caramel Apple Glow. That's the one I got from RL Simp that I showed you guys a bit ago because I like lighting this up with a UV light because it's fun. This thing glows like crazy under UV. That's the one signed by RL Simp. This was one that he worked with Case and Michael Prater on. This is that other coral on. But yeah, I did get my hands on the Trapper. I just didn't get my hands on the Rustlock. So absolutely beautiful, gorgeous, gorgeous knife from Case and RL Simp and Michael Prater. I believe 2,500 knives are being made, if I remember correctly. But that's across all the patterns. So it's not like 2,500 Trappers, but 2,500 Caramel Apple Glows all around. He's going to run some more this month of the Rustlocks. How much were they going for? Because I know they're going for a lot. Because I know when I got mine, I got lucky because they were averaging around 250. I got lucky and managed to get my Trapper for 200. Like I think it was just like maybe 202 or something silly like that. I managed to get mine for like 200, but I was seeing he had a second run of these Trappers go, and I was seeing them go for like 250 on up. They were almost all starting at 3. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get one. Didn't want to drop 4. Yeah, I have a limit of about 300 that I'll spend on a knife because after that, it kind of. Oh, it wouldn't surprise me that all 100 went. That's nuts. That doesn't surprise me at all. They're great knives. I think they're beautiful. But and they're very limited too, which doesn't surprise me that they're going for that high. He probably started them. I wonder what they started it at. I know the Trappers. He was starting at like 110, 115, and they all went up to like 250. So some of them were getting close to 300. Like I said, I got lucky when I got mine, paid only 200. Not only did I only pay 200 for mine, but I won a buyer's givey. I won a Buffalo Trapper. So, and a Buffalo Trapper in and of itself is roughly around $100, just a little over $100 if you're to buy one. So in a way, if you look at it, I spent $100 and got 2 knives. Or I spent $200 on 2 knives, I should say, if you want to think about it that way, because I won a buyer's giveaway that same night that I got my Trapper. Here in Scandinavia, Sugalnug, we used to carry 2 OG or 2 or 3 blades depending on region. One for chopping, one for dirty work, one for food hygiene. Oh, and those cases look very practical. Pick one up. They come in a huge variety, so it's all about what pattern you like. If you like 1 blade, 2 blade, 3 blades, if you want bone, if you want antler, if you want something synthetic. Synthetics tend to run cheaper because they're synthetics, unless you're going for something like Coralon or Kieranite. Coralon and Kieranite synthetics or Kieranite synthetics tend to run roughly about the same as bone in terms of cost. Kieranite looks kind of like Coralon, except it still has the pins on them. An example of a Kieranite knife, actually I showed one earlier. An example of a Kieranite would be that one that I had in the cigar box. This one here. This is that cinnamon Kieranite. And you can see that it looks similar to the Coralon, like the swirls, except you still have the pins there. And these aren't done by Michael Prater. These are done by Case. So they're some, it depends on the knife. This one is a limited one. This one has pinched bolsters on it. It comes in a cigar box. But there are Kieranite knives that aren't like limited, like crazy limited and crazy pricey. Like let me show you another Kieranite that I actually carry with me now and then. This makes it into my rotation. Let me just reorganize some of these so I don't lose where I'm putting them. There's a Kieranite that I have that I got somewhat recently that I do like to carry on occasion. And I just got to remember where I put it. That's not it. That's not it. That's also not it. Crap, damn it. There it is. This is a Kieranite. This is a green pearl Kieranite. This one was actually, I got pretty recent. This has a red glitter badge, as you can see, case. This one is a 3-bladed. This is a Tony Bowes sow belly, green pearl Kieranite, as you can see there. It has a 3D look to the swirls that you can. It looks much better, admittedly, to the naked eye. The camera washes it out a little bit, but it's a sow belly, so it's a 3-bladed sow belly. Your California clip point, your sheep's foot, and then the coping blade at the back. So if you're looking for a 3-bladed one, that's not uber expensive, and you're fine with synthetic, then this might suit you. And again, it depends on the materials. They come in so many different materials. Kieranite, in this case, bone. Again, I have them. I have sow bellies in bone. I have sow bellies in wood. This is one of my favorite ones. This is a black curly oak sow belly. This is wood with a brass shield. Otherwise, same type of pattern. 3 blades is that green Kieranite, and except this one has the black curly oak, as you can see there. It's a wood scale. I think they look absolutely gorgeous. No two are going to look exactly the same. Slappy, you bought a Crossroads PB&J Barlow. Oh, you got the Barlow. I didn't get the Barlow. The Bacon Bone Barlow and a Seafoam Green Crossroads Sod Jr. Nice. You want a Rabbit Sod Jr.? So you're good for a day or two. The last PB&J I got was the axe handle, which I was lucky. I got a Sea Dragon axe handle and a PB&J axe handle. Those are the last two. I do have a Crossroads PB&J Sodbuster Jr. I don't know what the Rabbit Sod Jr. is. What's the Rabbit Sod Jr.? Because now you have me curious. And you got a Marble Maker's Orange Bone Coke bottle. Ooh, Coke bottles. You got a Tuckahoe Jack? I just showed the Tuckahoe Jack. I got that last week. That was this one right here. I got the red bone. These are also out of stock on Knife Center, but they still have the the gray bone Tuckahoe Jack. I just like saying Tuckahoe because reasons. The Tuckahoe Jack. I don't know what it is about the word Tuckahoe. But yeah, I unboxed this earlier today. This is the red bone one, and I think that looks absolutely fantastic. Hey, David, how you doing? Glad to see you. So yeah, you bought a lot. Did I miss any? Oh, you know what I didn't do? I was going to say. So yeah, those are one of my favorite patterns, sow bellies. And again, it depends just on what you're looking for. They just come in so many different patterns. I myself don't have every pattern. There's so many patterns I don't have. I have a good number of different patterns. I can show you what I have managed to find myself. Let me put this back in the box for now. But sow bellies, trappers, Sodbuster Juniors tend to be my favorites. Muskrats also, to give you an idea what a muskrat is. Or you know what? Let me show you what a rustlock is, because Slappy Joe was talking about rustlocks. A rustlock, I have a 6.5 bone stag rustlock, and I believe it's the only rustlock I own. I might have another one. If I do, I can't remember what it is because I'm an idiot. Here. This is a 6.5 bone stag rustlock. This one's a little lighter toasted than the others. A rustlock was cases like one-handed use knife. However, I get nervous with these. I don't like to use one hand. And the Rabbit Sod Jr. Squirrel. There you go. The rust lock, you're supposed to be able to use one-handed. I just get nervous, but it has a lever here that you can use to manipulate the knife and open it. Now, I haven't used this a lot, so it's a little stiffer. They do smooth out with use, so I still use two hands, only because I feel like I'm going to snap it on my hand. But it does have a liner lock to it, so the blade does lock in place. And it's got a really swoopy, almost Persian style, because it's not a straight clip point, but almost like a Persian style blade. This happens to have 6.5 bone stack. Like I said, these will come in different materials. You can find these in bone. You can find these in wood and synthetic versions as well. But again, liner lock, so you push the liner aside, and then you can close the blade. Again, I just get nervous because there is a spring in the back, so it does have a snap to it. But typically, you can use these one-handed. Mine just hasn't seen a lot of use. I don't typically carry my rust lock around, so it's still a bit stiff, as if it were just out of the box, even though I keep that in the case. Yeah, I actually have two of those rabbits, because one of them I bought two because they're limited. Not rabbits, squirrels. If I remember correctly, the rabbit, the squirrel, and there's a few others, they're limited to around like 600 or 700 made. And so I wanted to be able to carry one around with me, so I ended up buying two of them. I don't know if they're easy to get anymore, but I keep it in a slip. And what Slappy's talking about, the rabbit, is just like this. It's just like this, except with a rabbit instead of a squirrel. So that's what that looks like. This is a Sodbuster Jr. synthetic yellow single blade. So again, all depends on what you're looking for, Sugalnug. All depends on what you're looking for. And you know, again, there's a lot of different patterns. One of my favorites are the Crossroads, because they're synthetic and they have S35 VN steel. This one happens to be a seafoam green burl, and one of the few that has a clip to it. Normally they don't have a clip, but this one happens to have a clip. And interesting is that this is a seafoam green burl micarta, so they have more modern materials. S35 VN steel, a premium knife steel, and in this case, a clip. A lot of times these Crossroads don't come with a clip. And Crossroads happen to be one of my favorite ones to carry with me, mainly because the S35 VN steel, you get a nice premium steel. The more modern, like Micarta and stuff, is a lot more resistant to corrosion and possibly wear and tear. And the Crossroads uses screws instead of pins. So if for whatever reason you think maybe the blade might need a little adjustment, if there's like some wiggle or something, you can actually just adjust the screw and correct that issue yourself. Whereas on something like this, like maybe eons from now, if I use this a lot, if one of the blades got a little wobbly, the only way to fix that essentially would probably be with a hammer. So I really like the Crossroads. It's one of my favorite ones. And again, there's plenty of other patterns. Sow bellies, you have different size trappers. So trappers can come in your typical size. You can get mini trappers or even tiny trappers. This is a mini trapper. Where's that other trapper to give you an idea of the size difference? So your typical trapper and your mini trapper, a little smaller, but still same two blades as your standard trapper, just in a smaller size. And you even have really tiny trappers. I don't know if this is a peanut. It's not a trapper, but something like close to this size, tiny trapper, maybe even a little smaller than this, but otherwise two blades. Just like your typical trapper. So the trappers come in different sizes. Other patterns that Case has available. This is turning into a case showcase again. Another favorite of mine are muskrats. Do I have a muskrat here? Yes, I do. This one happens to be a white natural bone muskrat. A muskrat is the only pattern that Case makes that doesn't have a number, but they're called, they just have the word muskrat on them. They have 2 blades, and they're both identical, one on each side, California clip point on one side and the same California clip point on the other. Mike from Chasing Blades, this is his favorite pattern because they're both the same type of blade, so you don't have to worry about adjusting how you use the knife if one gets dull and you have to switch to the second blade. And so even if you have to go to your secondary, it's still going to feel exactly the same in your hand. No adjustment needed. I think they're pretty cool. They're a little slimmer than your typical trapper, but that happens to be his favorite pattern. Mike from Chasing Blades. Texas toothpicks. Yes, they're really tiny. I have like 1 or 2. You're making an Alabama Crimson Tide knife lanyard in crimson and houndstooth with an Alabama bead for your dad's knife. You got to, wow! You got to put pictures. You got to get on. You got to get on the Discord, and I want to see photos. That sounds amazing. I want to see that. Texas toothpicks, mini butter beans, canoes. Yeah, I don't have too many of those because I don't collect those very often. I do have a canoe. This one happens to be a Case Collectors Club Crimson Bone canoe. They call them canoes because if you look at the handle, it kind of looks like a canoe. They have 2 blades. You have a drop point and a spear point and a pen blade on the other side, smaller pen blade. And this one happens to be a crimson red bone. A butter bean is essentially the same thing as a canoe, just smaller. I don't know why they call them butter beans and not like mini canoes. It's essentially the same thing, just smaller than this. Let's see. I have, and then this one happens to be a blue, or is it a blue or purple canoe? And this is a wood. We have blue or purple curly oak, which I think has just a really gorgeous color to it. You ordered the stuff for it? Oh, how long is it going to take for you to put it together? This one is a new one for this year. If you just like something unique, these are called cheetah cubs. This was something they brought out this year. Cheetahs were a little bigger. They're currently in the vault, so they don't make them right now. They made a smaller version called the cheetah cub this year, and this has a moving guard that folds with a knife, and it is also a locking blade. It's a single blade. This one happens to be, I think this is an antique bone, if I remember correctly. And you can see the swing guard swings in place, and it is lock. It does lock. It is a lockback knife, which you have to press down here to unlock and fold. But just a really neat little swing guard there that moves with the blade when you open and then folds along with the blade when you close it. I thought these were really neat. I don't have too many of these. I don't really collect these. Just a neat to have. I got a couple different. I have this, and I think I have a synthetic seafoam green one that I picked up just because I thought they were kind of cool. These are also hard to get. People tend to snap these up pretty quick, like the axe handles. Although I think the axe handles tend to be a little bit more popular, so you might have an easier time finding these cheetah cubs. Yeah, cheetahs. The cheetahs have gone bye-bye. These are the new ones for 2026. They're just a smaller version of the cheetah. I don't know. Yeah, I've heard that they might not be making even the cubs for much longer. So I don't know. I haven't heard any solid news to that fact quite yet. Because I've even heard that they were going to stop using buffalo, but I haven't seen that was just so far. That's still just rumor, and even the rumor has had people buying up buffalo knives, by the dozens, but I haven't seen any confirmed news that they're going to stop with the buffalo yet. At least not from what I've checked and researched. In fact, they just came out with a new buffalo axe handle, so it'd be kind of silly to come out with a buffalo axe handle and then just simply stop making them, unless it was limited. But I haven't seen any news as to the buffalo axe handle being limited. Just really hard to get. Again, because it's the axe handles are just super popular. The other, this is the seafoam green one that I got. This was actually the first cheetah cub that I picked up. Yeah, all the cubs are going. See, I've heard that too. I just haven't had anybody like solidly confirm. I don't know why they would do that. I do know the axe handles seem to be more popular, but I know people have been snapping these up left and right. I think they're neat, but I'm not driven to collect them like I am with some of the other knives. I just wanted to get a couple like the ones that I have, basically to have an example in my collection, which is why I picked up the 2 cheetah cubs that I have. I only have, I believe, the 2. I don't think I have another one. I have this one and that antique bone. But yeah, I just got those because I just wanted to have an example in my collection. So, if I hear any new news on, like, any confirmation on that, like from Case themselves, but I haven't seen anything. Same with the buffalo. Your next is a mini copper lock. You'd like to carry, not carry one, not for collector. Mini copper lock. I have a few of those. I actually have some of those in slips, I believe. In fact, I burnt a couple. Where did I put my copper lock? I know I have one in this slip. They're kind of like all over the place right now. This one happens to be a yellow synthetic copper lock. Oh, no, this is not a synthetic. This is bone. This is a yellow bone copper lock. Is this a regular size copper lock? Or is this I think it's a regular size. Do I have a mini? Or is that just typical? This is a natural bone. This one happens to have a Warncliffe blade to it. This was a white natural bone that I burnt. No, they're the same size. I wasn't sure. It just seems awfully big. It just seemed bigger than I remember. This was a white natural bone that I burnt and toasted for shites and giggles. It has a Warncliffe blade on it instead of your typical clip point style blade. Or actually, I think this is more like a Bowie blade on the yellow bone. I just thought that it was really neat. Those are lockbacks as well. So that, I don't know if I put that in the right freaking, there we go. That goes there. I believe this one goes in here. Okay, I got them in the right spot. They're same shape, but they still, it's weird. They really form to these leather slips. I told you about the knives on Whatnot. I told you Whatnot's great for getting a really good deal, but you got to be careful because it can be a bit addicting. You recently got a Roper Peanut 250 USA version. Nice. That's a nice grab. Yeah, Whatnot. Whatnot's been great for me in regards to finding some really good deals, and I've made some really good friends on Whatnot. Created some really nice relationships, especially like Chasing Blades, for example, RL Simp, Going Gear. I've got some of the best deals through Whatnot, but it can be kind of addicting, admittedly, because there's a lot of nice deals that tend to float around, like Chasing Blades, especially if you're looking for case knives. They're a little hard to beat in terms of price, and they won't gouge you on price either. Like, they'll start their like for example, if they get an axe handle, they'll start it at retail price. They're not going to try to start it at like $100 simply because they're, they know they can get the money for it. They'll start it at retail. Now, whether or not somebody else outbids you, that's somebody else. That's not like chasing blades. Because I know some sellers, I've seen some sellers, they'll get an axe handle and they'll start the price at like $120 because they know that other people are going to pay for that, pay that amount. Chasing blades doesn't do that. They'll start it at retail price. Like, like that amber bone, this axe handle I got from Chasing Blades, I believe started at like 60 something dollars, if I remember correctly. And the funny thing is, the same one, if you went anywhere else, like I got mine for maybe around $67. If you went to any other Whatnot show, some of them were really raising the price on these. I've seen people hit this one up for like $110, and that was their start. So you do have to be kind of careful who you go to on Whatnot. Now, a lot of them are pretty good, but some will raise the price on their stuff simply because they know they can get it. I have a few that I go to, like Chasing Blades, RL Simp, Going Gear, Blade City are like my biggest ones. For Rosecraft, a great one is what was his name? Something Blades Co. It's gonna bug me now. SMKW is great too. The only problem with SMKW that I run into is they tend to be a very popular show, and so there's a lot of people that attend their shows, and a lot of the people that attend SMKW shows, they tend to be really, really thirsty. So so what ends up happening is a lot of times you've got a lot of people on the SMKW shows that start throwing a lot of money around, and it's very easy for me to get outbid on something that I want. There are some nice, you can still get some nice steals on SMKW, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to some of the more popular stuff, you can get sunk pretty quick. Like for example, SMKW, they'll hold on to some of their limited stuff for their auctions. They let loose a Sea Dragon, if I remember correctly. Now, I got lucky and I got my Sea Dragon off their website when it went for sale. It went out of stock in like under 2 minutes. So I got really lucky. Same with the peanut butter and jelly. Went out of stock in under a minute and a half. And if you get them through the website, you get them for retail price, which is roughly around $90 to $100. Okay, they ran a Sea Dragon on auction. They started it at $1. It ended up selling for, I think, over $200. But it's not SMKW doing it. It's people fighting over it and outbidding each other. So you really have to watch the auctions and know what you're looking at and know what the prices are if you want to come away with a pretty decent deal. You can still get a good deal on SMKW, don't get me wrong, but they do have a rather thirsty audience. Like a very thirsty audience. Bardstown Blade Company was another one. They're a Rosecraft dealer, Bardstown Blades Co. on Whatnot, and he has some pretty good deals if you're looking for Rosecraft blades. So that's another one to check out. He's one of the more recent people that I started watching now and then on Whatnot. But yeah, my big ones are Chasing Blades, RL Simp, Going Gear, and Blade City. Also Appalachia freeze-dried knives I would put on that list too. They're really good. They also sell freeze-dried candy if you're into the diabetes. And it's really good candy. Really good candy. I've got some candy from him quite a few times. But those are the ones that I tend to frequent the most. And so I trust those guys quite a bit. And there's others that I've bought from before that do a really good job. It's just those are the ones I spend the most time on. You always use I always try to use custom bids, and I'll put down the max that I'm willing to pay for something. And then if I lose it, I lose it. You know, it's just how it sort of, you know, lines up. If somebody wants it that much more than I do, then hey, they got it. You're selling knife lanyards. I was selling knife lanyards myself a little bit when I held a few shows. I don't really sell and whatnot. I've held a few shows. First time I held a show was because I got scammed and I was trying to make money in order to cover the scam if the bank wasn't going to help me out. Thankfully, the bank finally helped me out on that, and everything turned out fine. And then I held maybe a couple more shows, essentially to make room for my collection. And I was selling knives and guitar pedals, and I think I still have some stuff for sale on my buy it now thing on Whatnot, but I haven't held a live auction in a while. That wasn't my main reason for being on Whatnot. My main reason for being on Whatnot was to find deals, not to sell. But I have sold stuff on there before. I've held shows, so I know how it goes. I have a nice insider view on how things work, at least. So I'm not surprised by some of the stuff that happens. Yeah, those SMK exclusives you bought at launch, the PB&J Barlow went in for 3 or 4 minutes. Wow. Yeah, the Crossroads tend to last a little longer. The ones that tend to sell out really fast are the Bone PB&Js and the Sea Dragons. Those are the most popular things. Those go really, really fast. And then combined with, you know, being an axe handle, which everybody wanted to get a hold of. I mean, it was crazy, the fact that those sold out in under 2 minutes. And when they make them, I believe they have, I'm trying to remember, because they kind of dropped a number. And I believe they make anywhere from 500 to 700 of those. They are limited in quantity, but I believe that it's between 500 to 700. So once those are sold out, you know, so think about it. And there's a few employees that walk away with a few of them. They hang on to a few of them for their auctions. So when you think about it, roughly about 500 of them go for sale on the website once it drops. And the fact that they sell out of 500 of those suckers within like 2 minutes, it's crazy. 100 PB&J Barlows. I hadn't heard the number on them. I'd be surprised if it was only 100, to be quite honest. But I don't know. I'd be surprised, but I would think there'd be more, because I again, when I heard the number drop, it was somebody that was on SMKW's auction that dropped the number of, like, I think they were talking about the PB&Js, and so they said something like 500 or 600 or something like that. Bacon Bone, yeah. The Bacon Bone is a new one, so it hasn't hit that popularity yet. Whether or not it hits the same popularity as the PB&J or the Sea Dragon, I have no idea. But I know that the Bacon Bone is a new one. That, like, it started with a baby dock. Well, I have a Bacon Bone baby dock. That's what it started out as. I actually got it from SMKW's site, so I didn't have to fight too hard for it. Where's my Bacon Bone? I only have the one Bacon Bone, that baby dock. Like I said, I burnt a red bone to try to make my own Bacon Bone. Ocean Blue Gator Jig Baby. Oh, I did not realize I have a limited edition Gator Jig baby dock. Half the time I forget what I have in my collection. It won't. It's ugly. Bacon Bone is ugly. I thought it was. I don't think it's ugly. I liked it. I just don't think it has that same popularity that PB&J is going to have. That's all. Like I said, I made my own. I took a red bone and just toasted it myself, and mine looks like steak. Oh, okay. I forgot I had that. Blue Gator Jig limited edition Case USA baby dock. Baby docks were another pattern that I really like to collect. I just thought they were really unique. Limited edition. Where'd my cloth go? You got your pen blade, and then you got your non-sharp spatula. I actually used one of my baby docs as one would use a baby doc, and I was using it for because I'm my girlfriend's caregiver, so I deal with a lot of medications. And I remember one of her medications. Actually, no, it was a couple of her medications. I had 2 bottles open. They tipped over. I'm like, holy crap. And he had 2 different pills lying all over my table. So I actually took a baby doc, grabbed the spatula, and just started separating all the pills and did that for a while. So I actually used a baby doc like it was intended to be used long ago, which was kind of interesting. And I thought it was, it's like, oh, I spilled a bunch of pills. Hey, I've got this special knife I can use. Start them. No, this one's mine. Unfortunately, yeah, these are in the vault. They're not making the baby docs anymore. I was really hoping they were going to make normal sized docs when they put these in the vault, and then they came out with the axe handles and the cheetah cubs. I was really hoping they were going to bring back a regular sized doc, but no luck. I have some regular sized doctors, but they're not by case. The ones I have are from Rough Rider. I think I have one from Frost, and I have a few from Rough Rider. One of them is a reserve that I have in a can. I don't have out right now, but those are the only like full size docs that I have. Joe ain't wait what? What Joe ain't wrong? What did I miss something? Are you talking about Whatnot? Joe ain't wrong with Whatnot. I didn't mind selling it. It was fun when I did it. However, I stress over. Like I stress over when the bacon being ugly. You don't like the bacon. I think it's nice. I just don't think it has the draw as the peanut butter jelly. The thing with selling on Whatnot is I tend to stress over shipments. Like, I stress over whenever I order something and I'm waiting for it to like come my way. I'm watching the tracking number. I'm keeping an eye out for the mailman and all that other stuff. I'm stalking the mailman. I'm stressing over it. I do the same thing when I ship stuff out. Like, when I sold all that stuff and I'm preparing all the shipping and like I'm agonizing. It's like, did I package that okay? Did I get the right order in the right box? And then when I ship it out finally, it's like, okay, now I'm checking the tracking numbers on everything that I shipped out. And because now I'm agonizing whether or not they're going to get their order. Because, I don't want their order to get mucked up. So it was just a lot of stress for me, selling stuff. It'd be one thing if I had maybe one other person. Now, my girlfriend tried to help me out, but it's not easier for her to help me out. But like if I had another person that was doing shipping and stuff. What is my phone doing? Stop it. If I had another person helping me out with shipping and organization, and if I was making a livelihood out of selling, that's another thing. But it's a little bit to agonize over it as a small side hobby deal type thing. I do intend to actually do a giveaway on Whatnot at some point once this channel hits, like, if I'm able to get this channel to 1,000 and hold it steady at 1,000 for like a week. I plan on giving away some of the knives in my collection. They're not going to be insanely expensive knives, but I'm going to give away some knives kind of like as a thank you. That's the plan anyway. And if I do that, I'm going to hold it on Whatnot, do like a private show, which is essentially like only people that get the, I'll put a link up somewhere, and you can only access the show if you get in on that link. But it'll be kind of a thank you for getting me to 1,000 and stuff. It's still a little ways away, so I've got time, but I've been slowly acquiring things that I'm planning on throwing in the giveaways. So that's something to look forward to. If I do hold another show, that'll probably be it. Where's my bacon bone now? You're gonna make me look for my bacon bone. Oh, here's a baby doc. That's the red stag baby doc. I don't know what I did with my bacon bone. I know it's in a box still because I haven't had a place to display it. Oh, there it is. My bacon bone. This is the only bacon bone that my only legitimate bacon bone that I got, and it's a baby doc. Like I said, this was their first bacon bone that they came out with. And it just looks more like a slice of steak, in my opinion. Which I'm fine with. I actually like it, but that's me. I mean, everybody's got their opinions. Like I said before, I just don't think it has the draw of the peanut butter and jelly and the sea dragon. The sea dragons and peanut butter and jelly. Peanut butter and jellies are the most popular, I believe, and sea dragons come in a very close second in terms of popularity and consumer want. I just think the colors are nicer. Like the bacon bone's unique and everything, and people are going to always want it because it's limited. I just don't think it has the draw. Where's my sea dragon? This one was a peanut butter and jelly. The sea dragon bone. Yeah, that's the sea dragon. I'm pretty sure you guys know what the peanut butter and jellies look like, but I'll pull these out. Oh, and the new ones for 2026 have been coming with stickers if you like case stickers. There we go. So this is the sea dragon. These, I believe, are second only in popularity to the PB&Js. And this one's a little lighter toasted, but a nice light blue corn cob jigging. A little more toast on this side. But this is your sea dragon axe handle. And then this one would be the PB&J axe handle. And like I said, I got lucky. I got these when they dropped from the website, so I didn't pay an insane amount for these. Here's your peanut butter and jelly on this one. Darker toast on this one. This one came out really well. But that's your PB&J. So yeah, these are the most popular ones that I think SMKW does. I don't recall any other. So you had the PB&J, you had the sea dragon, you have the bacon bone. Was there any others? Was it candy corn? I can't recall. I can't remember if candy corn was one that SMKW made, because there's a few others that, like Shepherd Hills had their tin roof, which I thought looked pretty neat. Now, I never got any tin roof, but it was essentially kind of like a gray bone. And I kind of made my own tin roof by toasting my own gray bones. But I don't have like an actual gray or an actual tin roof from Shepherd Hills. And I forgot what other I know Shepherd Hills came with lizard skin. Lizard skin was probably Shepherd Hills' most popular one. I think I have a lizard skin trapper that I got from Shepherd Hills. Shepherd Hills is another online manufacturer, an online retailer, probably one of the bigger online retailers for case. Maybe not as big as SMKW, but they're pretty big. They don't do Whatnot as far as I know. At least I don't recall seeing them on Whatnot. They do hold auctions though, because I've seen auctions being held on their website, but I think they hold them by mail. Like you put in your bid or your offer, and then I think the biggest offer wins it. As I think how Shepherd Hill works. but the lizard skin is another really popular one that I've seen some lizard skin knives sell for a decent amount on Whatnot. They don't hit the same. They don't hit as hard as like the Sea Dragon or peanut butter jelly, but at least from my own or from what I've seen, if you were to like rate these, like peanut butter jelly being like one of the most desirable exclusives, Sea Dragon would probably be second. Lizard skins would probably be like third, at least from what I've seen. I know I have a lizard skin. I'm just trying to figure out where it's at. And then I can show you an example of a lizard skin. I really need to like sort these in a better way. But I'm pretty sure it was a trapper. That's a green apple. Now, if I can find where that lizard skin is, I'll give you a look-see. Damn it. And I think Crimson Jig Bones were also Shepherd Hill. Yeah, Crimson Jig, that's a Shepherd Hill. I don't know where I put my lizard bone, and you make me sad. Purple curly oak. I think they listed as like a type of green bone. The problem is they list a lot of things like a green bone, and then I can never remember like which is which. There's a mahogany axe handle. Got one of those. Green apple. Nope. I'm pretty sure it's a type of green bone, though. I know it's got to be around somewhere. Pimper jelly corn cob. Oh, there it is. Yep, Shepherd Hills. They have a little sticker there. So let's take a look at the Crimson Red Bone. This is another exclusive. I don't see too many of these, which is kind of surprising because this is probably one of my favorite colors. Is the crimson, because of the red and black just being a favorite combo of mine. This is a Crimson Bone. This is an exclusive to Shepherd Hills. They don't fly off the shelves as quickly as like SMKW does, but they do go out of stock pretty quick. And this is your typical trapper with your clip point and spade blade. So, but just done in a red or black, which I think looks freaking cool. But the lizard skin, like I said, this is a popular one also. These disappear a bit quicker than anything else that I've seen on Shepherd Hill. I'll put this back in the box. There we go. And you're going to go over there. I think this is the only lizard skin I have. I wanted to pick up more, but I'll have to take a look at their website. And this is also a trapper. And that's a lizard skin. So you got green, a corncob jig, toasted. And that's Shepherd Hills exclusive. And this one's a little different because unlike your regular trapper with a clip point and spade blade, this one has for its secondary a Warncliffe blade, which I actually really like the Warncliffe blade variants. I think those are really neat. But that's what a lizard skin looks like. They're essentially kind of like, let's see, the PB&J is like a dark violet with a toast. The Sea Dragons are like a sky blue with a toast. And the lizard skins are a green corncob jig with a toast. So Again, limited quantity on these. I don't know if, again, I don't know if they're still available on Shepherd Hills, because I do know the lizard skins can be pretty popular. I don't see them very often on Whatnot. Sometimes I do, but not very often. Your best chance at getting a lizard skin, honestly, is to go direct to Shepherd Hills and go to their website. Same thing with the Crimsons and any other exclusives. Your best chance of getting them is actually on their website. You won't see them on Whatnot very often, unless you're really, really lucky. In fact, I will take a look and see if they even have any lizards. I know every time I've looked, they've usually had one or two patterns available for those. Shepherd Hills Cutlery. Let's take a peek. Where'd you get the I know they have candy corn knives. I forgot who made those. I know Case has candy corn, but I don't know if there's still something that you can get. You wonder if you can score a mini copper lock. Which color were you looking at the mini copper lock? Are you talking the lizard bone? I'm on Shepherd's Hill right now. Let's see if we can do a search and see what's still available, if any are still available. So, oh nope, cheetah cubs are sold out. They had an axe handle that sold out. I didn't know when that even dropped. You sons of bitches. They still have lizard skin stockmans, small stockmans, if you're looking for something in lizard skin. Unfortunately, they had an axe handle that sold out, which makes me sad because I would have loved to nab the lizard skin. And they had a cheetah cub in lizard skin. But Crimson Bone. Let me see if they have anything in Crimson Bone. You just ordered a pizza? You're gonna make me hungry. I'm getting really hungry. Crimson Bone. No, they no longer have Crimson Bone on Shepherd Hills. So you're out of luck there. Let me see if they have. Sometimes you can find them on Amazon. Case Crimson Bone. We do have. There are some Crimson Bones sitting on Amazon. I'm looking at. What am I looking at? They have They have a peanut. They have a medium stockman. They have a mini trapper. They have a lockback. They have a. Oh no, that's a. Okay, never mind. Okay, Crimson. That looks like that might be it. Yeah, I'm not seeing any other Crimson Bones. The only ones I'm seeing are the peanut, the medium stockman, the mini trapper, and a lockback. It's like a small lockback knife, and they're going to range between $60 and $75, roughly around there. So I'm not seeing. Kind of a bummer. I always like it when I'm able to find something that somebody's looking for. You might have to try your first peanut. There you go. Peanuts are nice. They're just like, I mean, I like them because you can toss them into a fifth jean pocket and kind of forget they're even there. Those can be really nice. I don't have too many. I have like a couple peanuts. Again, simply because it was one of those things like it's not a knife I collect, but I'd like to have like an example or two of a knife that I don't typically connect or collect. Your peanut is in your pouch. Yeah, I have the blue one, pocket worn. I think that's a pocket worn. I have this blue one, and then I have another one that I believe I can't remember. It's still in a box, so I don't know where it's at. Like I said, I don't have too many peanuts. I have like those two. And that's pretty much it. Actually, I think, was this one? Can't remember now. This one's a Coralon, but now I can't remember if this was a peanut or something else, or a Texas toothpick. I think it was a peanut. Yeah. Okay, no, this is a peanut. This is a 24 karat gold. No, it's not real. I don't know if it's real gold. This was a 24 karat gold Coralon. Hold on a second, because I can't see my camera at the moment. There you go. This one was a limited one, and I believe this is what's called a 24 karat. Let me look, because this one is, yeah, this one is printed on the blade. If we can read it there. Focus. Good grief. Oh my God, that was sharp. One of 2,500 made Premier Edition 24 karat Coralon peanut with slanted bolsters. So there's that. 24 carats are also hard to find because, again, Coralon limited, and they tend to get snapped up pretty quick. You might still be lucky to find them online. More than likely, might have to hit an auction. I remember I got this one from RL Simp. Because again, this was one that was hard to find. Like usually, if I'm looking for one of these, there are a couple places I check. If I'm looking at a retail site online, I'll look at Deadwood Knives. Is the first one that I check. And let me make sure I got their website correct. Deadwood Knives. But if I'm looking for Coralon, they're like the first. That's the first retailer I check, and then I'll check on RL Simp. But when it comes to RL Simp, it's just more of like a luck thing. Like I'll go to his show, and if I'm lucky to see he has a Coralon, if it's something that I like, I might nab it. But if I'm looking for a specific Coralon, I look at Deadwood Knives. It's the first one I check. Who makes the slip joints that has the metal loop at the end you can put a lanyard on? They all do. It depends on the pattern or the typical knife. Like, for example, I think they call them bells. And I'm trying to think of what patterns have bells on them. What? I have one that has a bell on it, but it's not a case. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, here it is. The one I have is made by Rough Rider, and it's called a Marlin Spike. And I think the other ones that have bells are, I think they're called Scout knives or Cub Scout knives. I could be wrong, so somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think those have loops as well. Let me wrap this up and I'll show you the Marlin Spike. But otherwise, I don't see them too often. This one's made by Rough Rider. Again, different manufacturers. It's not just one manufacturer that makes these. This one's called a Marlin Spike. This one's a bigger knife, as you can see here. And this was something that a lot of times I was told a lot of these were popular with like fishermen and like sailors, because this one features what's called a Marlin Spike, and this was used a lot of times for helping loosen rope knots as well as help create knots, which was a thing, when you're dealing with a lot of thick ropes and stuff like that on ships. But that's what I understand that these were used for, was a lot of times to, like, if you had a particularly tight knot that was hard to undo, you'd use the marlin spike and you would slip this in the knot to help loosen the knot up until the point where you can undo it. But that's what this was for, or this was used for. And then you have a very sharp sheep's foot style blade, big honking blade. This is massive. Sheep's foot blade on that. This one happens to have micarta scales to it, and then you have the loop, or I've been told people have called this a bell on the end of it. I don't know why my phone's acting up. I'm gonna have to check my phone. I think I might have to update a driver or something. So if you're wondering what's going on with my phone, that's probably what's going on. And like I said, I think there was like a scout knife or something like that had that same thing. Victorinox, or I keep saying Victorinox, a lot of times their stuff has a little loop on the end. Do I have a Victorinox? Oh, I keep saying Victorinox. I got to stop doing that. Victorinox, or Swiss Army knife. My Swiss Army knife is in a different case. My Swiss Army knife is in a different castle. Hold on. And I dropped my QSP knife. Come on, open up. There you go. Is it in here? There we are. Now this one's more of a keychain thing. It's not really like the bells on the traditional knives. So it's more of a keychain type loop, not really a lanyard hole per se. But quite a few Victorinox knives will have something like this. This happens to be a PB&J Victorinox from SMKW. But yeah, something like that. I don't have. I think that may very well be the only knife I have that has this like bell loop thing. I don't think I have another one. I don't think I have another one that has anything like that. Not a traditional knife. And it, anyway. Yeah, sheep's foot were used to cut rope. A lot of times, they were. You would think they'd be serrated, because a serrated knife will work wonders on rope. Yeah, again, this was used for a lot of times for dealing with rope knots. This is why it's called a marlin spike. I actually have, when I was doing a lot of stuff with lanyards, I have a marlin spike, but it's just the spike itself, not like this Rough Rider, which has the marlin spike and the sheep's foot blade. I actually have like just a marlin spike that came in a kit that I would use when I was doing my lanyard stuff. Oh, the Vic you were talking about was blue one-handed opening with an actual spike for. Oh, so it was a marlin spike essentially, a mariner or captain or something. Okay, so something similar to this. Okay, I didn't know Victorinox made something like that. I was not aware. That's good to know. Now, because you said that, I have to peek, because my curiosity won't allow me not to look for this knife. So let's see if I'm going to take a look. Let's check out SMKW. Victorinox Captain Knife. Victorinox Captain Knife. I'll just say Victorinox Captain, see what I can find here. For some odd reason, I found something called a Robeson Gamecock. I don't know what that is. That has a saw. Okay, not what I was looking for, but okay. I'm not finding one in SMKW. Let me see here. Let's see. Tornox Captain. Let me see if I just type in Victorinox Marlin Spike. See what comes up. It's a skipper. Okay. Yep, skipper. Found it. Because that's what came up. As soon as I typed in Victorinox Marlin Spike, Next thing I see is the skipper. Oh, that's got a Victorinox skipper sailing knife. I mean, I see a spike, but it's kind of like their typical punch. I don't see like at least not like, yeah, they have the punch. I don't see a marlin. So they even have a corkscrew, but I don't see a marlin spike on it. Well, maybe they just because they do something where a lot of times they'll have one tool on there, but it'll have like 3 different uses. So yeah, it's like a punch and a marlin spike all in one. Okay, yeah, I see what they're doing. Okay, yeah, I see it. Their reamer punch, or maybe. Hold on, I'm flipping the pictures around. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. It is 2 different things. But why am I not finding a picture of the spike itself? Or is that the spike? If that's a spike, it's kind of weird looking to me. Because if that's what I think it is, the thing I'm looking at doesn't have them numbered, so that doesn't really help me out a whole lot. But if that's what I'm thinking it is, it looks like it has an eye on it, so you can thread something through it, which is kind of cool. Because I can't think of any other use for whatever that is. I'm guessing that's the marlin spike. That eye very well could also. Hold on. Is this numbered? Can you give me a numbered thing? The Skipper Pro. 8, 9. Okay, yeah, it is a flat marlin spike. Huh, okay. I was right. It does have like a sewing eye for canvas, leather, and webbing repairs. And a shackler slot. So yeah, it does do a few different things. Okay, so that is the marlin spike. Awesome. I did not know that. Also, did not realize those are expensive. $130. Holy crap. For a Victorinox. Well, I guess I'm comparing it to the Victorinox that I have. My Victorinox was only like $20. So on SMKW. Uh-oh. I thought my screws came loose for my pedals. Darn it. I have to tighten you down. Huh. No, I don't need a new Victorinox. Stop. I spent enough money. I have medical bills. I have medical bills I have to take care of. All right, let me put that big honking thing away. That massive monstrosity. They even have 2. They have 2 tissue, or what do you call these? Wrapping papers for the one knife. They couldn't just make one big wrapping paper. We'll just do it. We'll do it this way. We're gonna be. How am I gonna do this? How was this wrapped up? I don't remember how they did this. We'll fold you over here, and I'm just gonna do this. You know what? I'm just gonna throw you in the box and be done with it. There we go. I know somebody's saying sacrilege and how I wrap that thing, but oh well. Now I gotta move a case because that is busy slapping a foot. I do not need it to be slapping. I have way too much shit. All right. Put that away. I'm gonna work out today. All right. So yeah, that's kind of neat. I did not know that they had those. But yeah, those are the only ones that I can think of that have like one of those loop things on it. And then, like I said, this. Let me make sure I'm speaking of the right one. I keep saying it's a case scout knife, but I could be completely wrong. Case scout knife. Did that have a bell on it? Okay, not that one. Yeah. Junior Scout knife or Case Boy Scouts of America Junior Scout. Okay, yeah, Junior Scout knife has a bell end on it. I do not have one of those though. You should have bought all of them. You paid 40 something on. Holy crap! You kidding me? Really? Well, damn. I want to snap those up too, knowing how much those were. Okay, yeah. If you're looking for another one that had that loop on the end, you'd be looking for a Junior Scout knife that has like basically Case's version of a Swiss Army knife, kind of. You get like a screwdriver, can opener, of knife. Looks like a punch, I think. Things like that. So those are the only ones that I'm aware of, that I've seen those little loops on. And I gotta move on. I have so much crap on my table now. Oh, forgot about these. These are two. Well, I'm not burning these, that's for sure. I've showed these before. I've got another tin coming in with a case knife on it. This one comes in a rather nice box, which is kind of funny because this is my zombie outbreak trapper. I believe that's actual white. Yeah, that's bone. That's not getting burnt anytime soon. I was just moving this off to the side, but figured I'd show you guys anyway. There's that case. Keep out zombie outbreak quarantine. Again, phone, camera, work for me. What's going on? I've got to fix this at some point. I don't know why it keeps doing this. Whoa. What was that? Phone. My phone is drunk. What were you doing there? What the hell? Or was that just accentuating the whole zombie outbreak thing and just being weird? But yeah, this is a zombie outbreak. I have a thing for zombies. I think I used to be deathly scared of zombies as a kid, and now I can't get enough of like zombie movies, zombie video games. Of course, I had to get a zombie knife from Case. I even have a full set of zombie knives from Rough Rider, which you can't seem to find anymore. That took me a while to put together. Was the Rough Rider, like where's one of them? Let me grab one. They all essentially look kind of the same, but I have a trapper, I have like a razor, I have a here's the trapper, and these were called Zombie Nicks by Rough Rider. They don't glow, in case you're wondering, because the weird green. I think the green was just to accentuate the zombie bit. But they're all roughly the same in terms of color and coating. They're called Zombie Nick, because that's the guy on there, Zombie Nick. This one's your typical trapper style. And there's only 4 folders. Now, there were more to the zombie line from Rough Rider, but as far as folding knives, they only had 4 patterns. And the 4 patterns that I have were the trapper, the razor, the elephant toe, and then this was the one that got me in trouble because I ended up falling for a scam. The canoe, which was like the hardest one to find. So you had the trapper, Zombie Nick. You have the razor, which is single-bladed lockback razor knife. Again, with a Zombie Nick there. Also, I forgot, on the other side, you'll see friends don't let friends eat friends. Now, my phone should be fine. It's actually a brand new phone, but I know it's saying that I need to update something, I think in OBS. So apparently there was an update that I wasn't aware of. So I'll have to fix that. This is the elephant toe. Ugh. which is just massive. And then this is the one that I actually accidentally fell for a scam. This one was the hardest one to find, was the canoe, the Zombie Nick canoe. And I got lucky that when I did find them, because even SMKW, when I asked SMKW about this, because SMKW owns the Rough Rider brand, when I asked SMKW about it, they were like, good luck. If somebody happens to have it in a drawer somewhere, you might be able to find a canoe. So believe me, my heart dropped when I heard that. It's like, oh, I'm never going to be able to complete the set. And my girlfriend picked up all 3 of these for me, which I thought was the coolest thing in the world. But, I thought I was never going to be able to finish my set, because the canoe was the one that I was missing. And even SMKW was like, yeah, good luck. If somebody happens to have one sitting in their drawer, maybe. And then I came across somebody that was selling a bunch of new old stock, and they had a few canoes in there. I ended up buying 2 of them. And if I remember correctly, they were running about like between $25, $30 for the canoe. So I nabbed 2. I don't think they are available any longer. He has since quickly sold out of the canoe, because I think a lot of people were looking for these. But I lucked out, grabbed 2 of them. And so now I have a complete set of their traditional folder Zombie Nicks. You have the RR Ghostfish toe. Nice. I have a couple of the elephant toes. I have, you saw the sun. I think they call it a sunfish because it's a smaller one, and that 30th anniversary thing. I don't have, the only Rough Rider reserve I have, I believe, is that dock. I think so. I don't have too many of the reserves. I have a few other anniversary ones. I have that giant honking trapper I showed last week. That's like massive. Pretty neat stuff. I still believe like Rough Rider, just really great knives for the price. They're inexpensive, but they're fun. And you have the RR Barlow that I'll fight. The one that I'll fight. Wait. Are you talking about the? Are you talking about the 30th anniversary one? Because I have like these 3. RO017. Now I can't remember what the frick it is. I can't remember what that is. Medium Barlow's Spear Point single blade. I'm gonna have to look, because my memory's ass. I'm gonna admit that. But if I see it, I can tell you whether I probably have it or not. I just have to see it. I probably did. I just have a hard time remembering. Like I said, I have a crappy memory. I have a crappy memory. Oh, that's what I told you about Whatnot. I'm trying to find it. I think I have one. If I do have one, it's buried. But I'm seeing a lot of different colors here. And I think I do have one. Yeah. I'm going to have to relook. All my Rough Riders are in a different box, and they're currently actually buried right now in the bottom of my closet. And I'd have to do some I'll have to drive a forklift through my closet to get to it. But looking at the Rough Riders, I think I might have one after all. Yeah, it sure as hell looks familiar. Like I said, I have a sucky memory. I do have a really crappy memory. So my apologies. You brought the Tuck Jack because it was very similar in size and blade. Oh, okay. The Tuckahoe? Just say Tuckahoe. It's fun to say. Oh, yeah, I think I do have one, but it's there's no way I can get to it right now. It is buried in there. My closet is ass. I have so much shit in front of my closet. Oh, freaking son of a! I hit my toe. Okay, yeah, no, it still hurts. Okay, stop. Don't do that. I bumped a metal frame with my toe. That not fun. It doesn't hurt like it used to, but sure still don't want to bump into anything because it hurts. And then this one, I have another tin coming. And it's gonna be similar to this. This was one of my first tins I got from Case. This one, which one was this called? This was called a Bermuda. I thought it was a Bermuda. Yeah, Bermuda Greenbone Standard Jig Trapper. I have an olive smooth bone coming my way. I know I'm going to be getting that next week. I think that's coming along with the gator jig that I'm going to burn. And this one is one of the few that I have in my tin or in my collection. This one's not getting burnt. I just think the Bermuda green. I want to say I like certain colors and this and that, and then it turns out I'll just end up going all over the place. I'm just going to say I like Case. But I have a smooth olive green that's going to come in a similar tint to that. That'll be here next week. And then I can show you that one to you guys. That's obviously not going under a torch. If I can close the tin, get in there. Yeah, because the only Rough Rider Reserve that I can remember, only because I've pulled that out a few times, was that dock. I'm gonna have to dig around, but like Space Invaders, Pac-Man days. I used to go to Nathan's with an arcade as a kid on Tuckahoe Road. I miss arcades. I remember lining up quarters to play a game. Those were good times. You said there was a huge arcade I used to live somewhat nearby, and any opportunity we got to go, it was huge. It was attached to a bowling alley, and the arcade room was just massive, and I could spend me and friends would spend the entire day there. And even if we weren't playing, we were just watching other people play. And Street Fighter. I'm trying to remember what other games were out at the time. I remember Street Fighter. I remember seeing the first Street Fighter there. Obviously things like Galaga, Pac-Man, obviously. A Mrs. Pac-Man, things like that. Oh, that's where, and I remember, which was a big hit for a while. They were the cartoon ones that were like QTE games or quick time event games. Dragon's Lair and Space something. There were two kinds. Dragon's Lair was the first one, I believe. Dragon's Lair. And then what was the second one? It was like Space something or other. I can't remember. Oh yeah, pinball machines, things like that. And Dig Dug was like the new shit. What was the other one? Not Space Invaders. I'm talking. It was a cartoon like Dragon's Lair, except it was in space. But I can't. Now that's gonna bug the hell out of me. Dragon's Lair and Space Ace. Crap, damn it. That's what it was called. Phone. Are you going to be a dick? Did my camera just decide to take a shit? It did. Stop it. I just got you, phone. I will update your ass. Don't make me do that. I will. Because it says update plugin. Okay, so yeah, I guess I need a new update or plugin update for my OBS. That's what it's telling me. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep going as far as I can. Yeah, Dragon's Lair. Space Ace was the other one. Yeah. Basically, it was a quick time event game, and what that means is you were essentially watching a show, but then as you were watching, there were points in the game where you had to quickly hit certain directions or key combinations, and in order to keep it going. And if you didn't hit the right combinations or you hit the wrong direction or something like that, the game would end. You get like some death or something, and it would end. But it was its own thing because it was a cartoon. It was a show. It wasn't like video game graphics, like pixelated stuff. You were like watching a show that you were actively, in a way, kind of manipulating. And so I remember that being popular for a while. Just simply because it was new and different, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I remember those. Those were fun times. Really fun times. Donkey Kong, Tapper, Mr. Do. I don't remember. I can't remember what. I remember hearing Mr. Do. I can't remember what it was called. Space Cadet. I thought Space Ace was the one. Unless you're talking about a completely different game. Space Ace was the one. Dragon Slayer, Space Ace. I don't know. Maybe Space Cadet was another one. Okay, now my phone is starting to get really weird. I don't even know how often my phone has decided to blank out on me like that. I'm definitely gonna have to update the plugin. I think, yeah, that was. Oh, you know what? Here is another knife that has a loop on it. I forgot that was in here. As you guys know, I like to collect squirrel knives because, well, obvious reasons. And I was pulling out those vintage knives that I had. Well, one's a vintage knife. That's this one, the Russian knife, that I had to like clean and sharpen and do a whole bunch of stuff to and fix, essentially. So now it works. It's still, it scares the crap on me. Not gonna lie. And this thing was bent so bad I had to actually rebend it. It's now almost perfectly straight. I probably could bend it a little bit more. Okay. Close. Okay. Vintage USSR squirrel knife. In case you're wondering why it's a squirrel knife, you got that there. But when you're talking about those knives that had those little metal loops on them, completely forgot about this one. This one is a French traditional knife. This one is called the Duk Squirrel. And if you can see, it's got a little squirrel on there, but it's called the Duk, D-O-U-K, D-O-U-K. And it is a slip joint. It has a spring. You just can't see it because the spring is inside this folded steel handle. So it's just like any other. You got a half stop in there as well. And it is a drop point or spear point blade. So the spring is hidden inside this folded metal handle there. And this one does have a little bell end to it. So there you go. If you're looking for something that had a bell end, these are still available as far as I know. This isn't like a vintage knife or anything like that. These are French made. But if you're looking for something like that, that's another one that has that same loop. And I forgot how much. These are relatively inexpensive. I can't recall the price on these. Let me see if I can find it. I can't even remember where I picked mine up. Is it a bale or bell or bale? Oh, bale or bellet. I have no idea what it's called. I heard bell. So Bell end means something raunchy. What does bell end mean in UK? I don't know what it means. I think I got mine from Knife Center. Might have got mine from Knife Center. How much does this thing run? $45 a Knife Center for the Duk Duk. And it is still in stock. So yeah, you can still get these on Knife Center. Interesting little traditional French knife. I like this. I like finding stuff like this. It's fun. Carbon steel blade, if I recall, not stainless. And just interesting and different. I like these simple, like, traditional knives. I've been really enjoying collecting a lot of these, like my Higanakamis, for example. I've got a couple Japanese traditional knives, the Higanakami knives. If you don't know what those are, I know I showed them before. I have them in not in a case. I had them in a roll. If I can remember where the roll went. There it is. Did I just hit my camera? I did, didn't I? Stop it. Oh, it's called a bale. Okay, maybe it was his accent. It's called a bale. Okay, thank you. It's called a bale. So yeah, okay, I was saying it wrong. Admittedly, the person that I was hearing that from is from Texas, and so it has kind of a thick Southern accent. So maybe that's why I was hearing it wrong. Let's see, that was not the right roll. Where's my other knife roll? Uh-oh. Like I said, I have to clean out my closet and everything. I seem to be missing my other knife roll. I don't know where I put it. But I had these Japanese Higanakami knives that I tucked away in a knife roll, and I just don't know where I put that knife roll. Because I have a knife roll is something like this. I have my SRM knives in this run. Or no, I have my Kubi knives in this one. I do not know where I put my other knife roll. Because I was moving things around earlier, trying to sort stuff out. And when I do that, I tend to start throwing things everywhere. You'd think I would, I'm sorting things out, so you think things would get sorted out better. Instead, I tend to make more of a mess. Now that I'm looking at it. I need to reorganize a lot. Yeah, I don't know where I put those. Son of a bitch. I know they're around somewhere. I just can't be arsed to find them right now because I know I moved a bunch of stuff. Your Opinel number 7 is your fruit knife. And suit pants knife because of the lightweight. Yeah. That's the same. My Opinels are in there too. God dang it. Now I got to figure out where I put that roll. Now it's going to bug me. The brainage has begun. Because that also has my Opinels in it. I put a lot of my Opinels and those two Higanakami knives together. And it seems like that roll seems to have sort of fallen somewhere. And I don't know where it fell. Partially because I keep slamming stuff around with my frickin' chair. That's that knife roll. I have so many knife rolls. That's not it. One of these days, I will be much better organized. Today is not that day. I was kind of removing stuff so I had like my box out for certain things on the show if anybody had questions. And now I have misplaced one of my knife rolls. in doing so. Okay. Yeah, I do not know where I put that knife roll. So I was shifting stuff around. I knew. Darn it. Yep, I don't know where I put it. Crap. Well, I'm going to have to find that now. Because that's going to bug me. But yeah, I have an Opinel. Which ones did I have? I know I have a 6. I either have a 7 or an 8. I can't remember which number that was. Because I got the 6 because it was smaller, and I live in a state where knife length is a thing. So I try to carry knives that are roughly around 3 inches or less, and I don't really carry too many knives that are much bigger than that. So I have like one of their premium wood ones, which I believe was the number 6, and then I had I think the first one. I'd like to say the first one that I got was a number 8. There it is. We're sitting under a box. There we are. Now I can see what I had here. There's my Opinel. This one was, yep, it was a number 8. Okay, so I have a number 8. Oops. It helped if I unlocked it. There we go. There's my number 8. And I don't care what anybody says. I happen to like my Opinels. They're nice. I don't know how else to explain it. They're simple. They're nice. They do what they need. They're very slicey, very sharp, easy to maintain. No real frills about them. They don't need anything. They're very comfortable in the hand too. The handles are nicely shaped. That they just feel really good. And I've used this one. Yeah, I know Morgan has one. She loves hers. I like to use this for like cutting food, like you would a nice dinner knife. I've actually used mine for cutting food, and stuff like that. There have been times that when I used to go, I don't go out that often for dinner, but I'd take an Opinel with me because usually restaurant knives are horrid and they suck. And this is like the perfect knife for fruit, for food, for steaks, provided the steak was done well. And the other one that I have is, this one's in a pouch because it's a more premium version. This one's the number 6. And this is the smallest Opinel that I believe still uses their, I forgot, Vancor lock? No, not Vancor lock. No, what is this called? I forgot the locking. I said Vancor. That's Vosteed's. Yours is a package opener. I forgot regardless, this is I think is the smallest one that still uses their rotating collar. After I think 5 and below, they don't, if I remember correctly, or maybe it's 5 that's the smallest one. But this one is a more premium wood. I'd like to say it's like Padoke or something like that. Can't remember the name. And it has a really nice mirror polish on the blade on this. But I've actually carried this a few times. Again, this one I've used again for food. It's like cutting up apples, cutting up fruits, eating dinner. If I'm using something to open a package, I'll usually use something like another one of my traditional knives. Like these were the Higanakamis. I still want to get the green jade one. I just think these are fascinating. These are Japanese traditional knives. They don't have a locking mechanism, and they're not slip joints either, which means there's no spring in here, but they are a friction folder, which means you can see that it's pinched at the pivot, and it's merely the friction that kind of prevents the blade from swinging around. So you use that lever to open the blade. And then when you're using the knife, typically your thumb will rest back on that lever, and that helps keep the knife open and keeps it from closing in on your hand, is because you have your thumb there. And you just use it like you would typically any other knife. It's like a reverse style Tonto blade. And it is a I forgot the name of the steel, but it's not necessarily named after the steel, but named after the process. Essentially, it's a jacketed steel. You can see the two different types of steels there. That's not a Hammond line like on a katana, but you have a harder steel with a softer steel wrapped around it, essentially. And there goes my phone again. God dang it, my phone. And I'm pretty sure it's because I've got to update that driver in OBS or whatever it is that's going on in OBS, but it's being weird. There we go. I didn't realize I was going to have a problem. But you can see there the division where you have one steel jacketed by the other steel. And it's just a very simple knife. There's only one manufacturer of these in Japan still. That, essentially there's one manufacturer that's licensed in Japan that makes the actual Higanakami. And I've got this one in your kind of typical brass, and then I have one that's blackened here, and they have one that's like a green jade colored steel that I really want. The green jade one runs about $50, but there you go. This one seems to have a little bit more of a curve on it. Friction folder again. These are carbon steel blades, so they're not stainless steel. You have to make sure they're oiled or waxed. And there's something in the simplicity of these knives that I just really like. Nothing super complicated, simple, made with a specific purpose in mind. And just overall, I think they're just great looking blades. And there have been modern, iterations of the Higanakamis. Like these were, I don't know if these are available anymore. These were made by Trivisa. These were called Dolphins, but it's essentially a modern style Higanakami. You can still find modern Higanakami style knives. This particular one I just don't believe is available any longer. In this case, this one has 14C28N steel. You got wood scales. You even have a pocket clip, and you have a liner lock to keep it in place. And you also have ball bearings. I believe they're. Oh no, wait, scratch that. Those are washers. You have washers in the pivot area, so it's not friction held. You actually have a lock. Now they're not really flippers. The length of that lever makes it kind of hard to quickly flip. You can still do it. It's just you have to have your hand in the right position. But otherwise, just really neat folders in this similar style to the Higanakami. And a really nice steel to them. And these were really inexpensive when I got them too. I just wish they were still available. You might, if you look around, you might be lucky enough to get one. They came in this style, and then I have another one that came in a darker, rosewood. And the blade profile is also a little different, where this one has more of a straight, that's a straight back blade. There's no drop or anything to this one compared to the Tonto style. So yeah, those two different variations of the Trivisa Dolphin, and I really like these. I thought these were fantastic knives. They might not be super fidgety, because like I said, because of that lever, but I just really like the style. Trivisa did a really great job with these. I think the quality was excellent. And the price was pretty crazy. These were pretty inexpensive for what you got. And I just thought they looked absolutely gorgeous because I do like the wood scales. I think they look really kind of classy, actually. Classy looking blades. And I've seen some others, like I've seen Trivisa had a different type of Higanakami in their line. In comparison to these, I just didn't think they looked anywhere near as good. I think these were much more classier. The other one looks more like your atypical, like almost like they were trying to edge on tactical looking folding knife, where this one just has this sort of class to it that I really like the look of. So really neat stuff from Trivisa there. If they are, like I said, last time I looked, they weren't available any longer. Let me take a peek. Maybe we'll be lucky. Trivisa Dolphin. Knife Country USA. Do they have any? No. Atlantic Knife. Oh, that's a blog review. That's not anybody selling White Mountain knives. Nope, out of stock on White Mountain knives. Yeah, on White Mountain knives, it's like $27. So yeah, they were really inexpensive. But it doesn't look like you can find them anymore. I actually got mine through Amazon, and I don't see them available through Amazon any longer. Yeah, it doesn't look like you can get those knives anymore. That's kind of a bummer. I thought they were great. But anyway, I just noticed it is now 6 o'clock. So unfortunately, we are out of time for today. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I know somebody's going to get hungry and would like dinner soon. I am one of those people that would like dinner soon. So thank you guys again for joining me. If you like what you saw, please drop a like down below. And if you haven't yet, hit subscribe, hit that notification bell. That way you'll know as soon as I drop a new video or hold a new live. Hopefully we will be back on track with making videos again this week. I know I've said that a few times. It's just this whole month has been completely crazy with everything going on from medical procedures and everything else. So now that things are starting to smooth out again, hopefully I can finally edit some videos, get some content out, and you guys can get some new videos to watch. But in the meantime, I really appreciate you being here. Really appreciate all the support you guys have given me. Thank you so much for all your support. Rough Rider, Viral Block. Thank you, Slappy. That's the name of the block on the Open L. Good grief. And Rough Rider Abalone Ladyleg is your package. Lady legs. I like collecting lady legs. I need to find more. I have a weird thing for the lady leg knives. I don't know. They're just fun. they look interesting and they're fun. Morgan thinks the lady legs are creepy. I've got a small collection of lady legs. I like those things. Hopefully new videos out this week. I'll hold another live next week that I hope you'll be wanting to watch, because hopefully I'll have that knife and we're going to do another burn customization on a green gator jig, hopefully. And that should be fun. Otherwise, thanks again for joining me. And yeah, I think that's about it. I need to go grab some food. Thanks for spending time. And I do have a second channel, video gaming channel. If you're into video games, I do hold a live video game stream every night at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. I don't know what I am playing tonight, because I did finish a few games. I was planning on going into Crimson Desert, or possibly I think somebody was wanting to do some co-op tonight also. I'm not quite sure. But if you're interested in checking out my video game channel, I should have a link in the description below, if I am smart enough to have put one there. So go check it out if you want. And that's it. So thanks again, everybody. Hope to see you in the next video. Go get some grub. Go get something to eat. No repo. No, I don't think it was repo. I know somebody was mentioning it. I'm not sure what. But like I said, I was planning on jumping into either Crimson. My initial plan was jump into Crimson Blade because I haven't done anything in Crimson Blade in a while, and I know somebody sent me a message, so I don't know if anything was going on there, or I don't know what game they were talking about. But there'll be something going on at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. You'll just have to tune in to find out. Anyway, thanks again, and hope to see you guys in the next video. Bye-bye.